Morena.
Shane, how are you?
Kia ora tātou, no mai haere mai. Welcome to this meeting of Auckland Council's Planning Committee, ko miti whakariti mahiri. And today is the 5th of May. I welcome the Mayor Phil Goff, and our councillors and independent Māori statutory board members to this meeting. Welcome also members of the public in the room and possibly watching, and anybody else. So thanks for joining us. We've got a solid agenda today, but I do want to say I walked up Queen Street this morning and it is alive and buzzing, and its mojo is coming back. It's a colourful place. It's a place of sound. It's really feeling good. Mayor, did you experience the same? You were out and about last night?
Yeah, just for the information of councillors, we launched the City of Colour last night, and we went around with a dozen to a score of journalists, and I haven't seen the city like that for months. Debrets were full and overflowing onto the pavement and other places, not that I stopped there, but a lot of people around town and a lot of enthusiasm for the City of Colour illuminations, 50 from K Road right down to the waterfront, and no, it was the city coming back to life, so that's really good news.
Thanks, Mayor. It certainly is. Well, let's have a look at our business now. And first up, an apology from our Chief of Strategy. Our Chief of Strategy, Megan Tyler, is in Wellington, undertaking council business there today. But we have John Dugood, our General Manager of Plans and Places, on my left side, on your right, in support of our committee today. And welcome, John.
Good morning.
I'll take the roll call first, and for that, I will hand over to Kalinda Iswa.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora koutou. Councillor Bartley. Councillor Casey.
Morena Kalinda.
Morena. Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora.
Councillor Collins.
Kia ora Kalinda.
Councillor Coombe.
Esa Marie.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Filipina.
Talofa Kalinda.
Councillor Fletcher.
Good morning.
Mayor Phil.
Kia ora.
Member Henare.
Kia ora.
Councillor Henderson.
Morena.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora koutou katoa, sorry.
Kia ora. Councillor Mulholland. Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Kalinda.
Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present, Kalinda, thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Councillor Walker.
Good morning.
Councillor Watson.
Hi Kalinda.
Member Wilson.
Morena.
And Councillor Young.
Kia ora, 大家早.
Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to you all. I'll go to apologies now, and apologies we have for early departure from Councillor Collins and Councillor Henderson. Thank you, councillors. So the motion is on the screen there to accept those apologies. Do I have a move, please? Councillor Filipina, do I have a second, please? I'll second then. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, no.
Aye.
Declare
Aye.
that carried. Thank you. Members, we go to item 2 now. Are there any declarations of interest to be made on any item on our agenda today, for any item on our agenda today? There being none, I'll now go to confirm the minutes of our last meeting, both open and confidential, of the Planning Committee, and that was on the 31st of March. The motion is on the screen. I'll move. Can I have a second for that motion, please? Councillor Filipina, thank you. It's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
And to the contrary, say no. And that motion is carried. Item 4 is petitions. None have been received, so we go to public input. And there have been 2 requests. The first is from Bike Auckland, and the Bike Auckland chair, the new chair, Tony Mitchell, is joining us, and he will speak to the paper before us, Auckland Cycling and Micromobility Business Case, which is on page 9 of our agenda. And then after Tony, we will hear from Christian Eek, and Christian is a working group member in the film industry. He'll be speaking to the topic of the screen industry's interest in sites of significance and the working group that surrounds that and the filming on those sites of significance. So right now we're going to go to the new chair of Bike Auckland, relatively new. He's been in the role, I think, a couple of months now, but I'll let him tell us that and his history and then speak to the paper before us. Welcome, Tony. Tony Mitchell, Bike Auckland chair.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Chair, Mayor, Councillors, and also committee members. My name is Tony Mitchell, and I am the new Chair of Bike Auckland. And today I'm going to talk to you about the plan that's in front of you for the cycling and micro-mobility business case. Firstly, it's important to say that Bike Auckland support this case. Auckland has fallen behind the rest of the world with developing cycling within their city, and we also have some important targets as a city that the council wants to achieve. And there's some compelling reasons to go for change. If you look at the 6 that are on the screen in front of you now, it talks about challenges that Auckland is facing, but also other cities, major cities around the world as well. We have population growth, we have urbanisation, we have resources being stretched in cities like Auckland around the world. Auckland is no different. They are also looking to reduce emissions. They have emissions targets that they are trying to achieve. They have communities that are not connected. Communities have been split up without the ability to be able to go and share different modes of transport to be able to travel. In addition to that, there's suppression of exercise leading to health and well-being concerns. There's also stress, there's pollution issues. These cities around the world and Auckland have been designed for cars, have been designed around cars. And unfortunately, that model has run its course. Cities around the world now are seeking alternatives to be able to build cities around people. And there are limited options within Auckland and some of these other cities around the world for people to travel safely, efficiently, and cost effectively. If I look at my next slide, there is a vision for Auckland. There is a vision for Auckland that this council has and has shared already with their constituents. And yes, this plan in front of you will provide better infrastructure for people on bikes, but it will provide so much more than that. Yes, it will help you achieve your emission reduction targets, which are desperately close now for 2030. You're looking to halve your emission reduction targets. You're also looking to have a mode shift through to cycling of 7% by 2030. This plan will help that. But again, it will do so much more. It will help you design your cities around people, for people. It will help improve the health and well-being of people. There will be less congestion. There will be less pollution. There will be less casualties on your roads. It will also give people more choice of opportunities to travel around Auckland, not just in cars, but also bicycles or walking or scooters, and also public transport will play an important role as well. Importantly, you have a vision to connect communities, and you also have a vision, Vision Zero, which is about nobody being injured, nobody having a serious injury or casualties on your roads. And if you're serious about achieving that, this plan is the pathway to be able to do that. This plan provides safe infrastructure for Aucklanders. The moment for change, councillors and committee members, was yesterday. There is urgent action needed now through investment in infrastructure and also behavioural change programs if you are going to achieve your targets, but more importantly, make Auckland a more livable city. Now, on the left-hand side here, I have the current infrastructure network that you have within Auckland for cycling. And I've been extremely generous with the colour coding here. As you can see, there is red, orange, blue, and green. The red and orange are those that are segregated pathways for cyclists in protected lanes. They are designated as safe cycleways for cyclists. It is very difficult to see on the left-hand graph where there are these orange and red pathways. There are green, which is shared pathways for cyclists, walkers, and also micromobility. And there are also in blue, there's on-road cycle lanes with no protective barrier for the cyclists. The problem we have here is that the network is not connected, the network is not safe. If you compare that to the network on the right-hand side, which is for those in automobiles, you can see it's quite extensive. Council members and committee members, 56% of Aucklanders would ride more if it was safe to do so. And that's from a relatively recent TRA survey. This is not an unproven pathway that you're looking at to go down. This pathway has been put in place by Serval, Paris, and also Greater Manchester, and other cities as well. This program seeks to address pollution, casualties, as well as congestion and suppression of exercise. This pathway works. These cities are all having benefits and all benefiting from mode transfer. And ladies and gentlemen, council members and committee members, my final slide here is what it means for your constituents, what it means for the people. For the new apprentice within Auckland, it will give them another choice to be able to travel to their new job. They may not be able to afford to travel by car. It will allow children to be able to play a lot more freely within their neighbourhood and explore, just like we used to do. It will be better for the everyday driver. It will provide better traffic flow within Auckland. The city physician will be delighted that there will need to be less medical attention for road injuries and people will become fitter. Young families will be able to explore their communities a lot better. Small business owners will see an increase in diversity of people on their streets through cycling, through walking, through public transport. Their businesses will actually improve. And residents of local communities will be able to claim back their streets. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Tony Mitchell, Chair of Bike Auckland, and we support the business case in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And I will ask for questions now, starting with Councillor Linda Cooper.
Thank you, Tony, and congratulations on your recently new appointment, and just acknowledge the previous chair. You haven't talked about children or young people getting to school, and I see that as a major cause of congestion and risk all around the region. I was walking yesterday, and it's not the first time I've seen it, at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I live 400 metres from a school, primary school with a zone, all walkable, but the number of parents, particularly mums with one child in the car, dropping them off, congesting everywhere, and really scary because my husband's been nearly knocked over a few times on his bicycle going past. How do you propose to address that? I know AT are talking about teaching kids to ride bikes. How are we going to educate parents to not drive their children within that 1,200 metre zone? Because that's what's happening everywhere.
Tony, with you.
Thank you. Look, the plan that Auckland Transport has put before you seeks to address that. There's two things that need to happen, and again, when I look at Greater Manchester, they've been down this path as well. You've got to engage the local community and ask them what it would take for them to get on their bike and ride to school with their kids. And they've done that in Greater Manchester, and they were then able to identify what the local community required. And what they require is safer infrastructure. There needs to be a barrier between them and the cars. Then you also need policy changes and also behavioural change initiatives, which are suggested in the plan as well. Again, you know, I've got 5 children, aged between 9 and 18, and I have taken my kids to school on a bicycle and picked them up, but it is not safe currently. And until it is safe, Aucklanders won't make this transition. When the infrastructure is there, we will be able to, in a team effort, help that change and get those parents to, as you say, stop blocking the other pieces of traffic.
So just a supplementary, so I mean maybe if everybody didn't drive their kids to school it would be safer, but so do you think the good old TravelWise program needs to be ramped right up again and brought back in schools? Because I felt like we were getting some traction with that.
Absolutely. I think that there's some great opportunities to put in education programs into schools. There are some schools that are running them now and doing very, very well. There needs to be emphasis on that, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Quick one from me, Tony. You know, we've built infrastructure here and people have flocked to it. Quay Street Cycleway is a classic. We need almost passing lanes on the Northwest Cycleway. The demand on that is enormous. But what struck me with some information that came to us yesterday from our own Auckland Council Transport and Strategy team was information confirming that kids going to schools in Christchurch are going to schools by bike at 6 times the rate of Auckland. This astounded me. And Tauranga is 6 times as well. What is your observation from the Bike Auckland perspective of what the difference is? Is it infrastructure? Is it a bit more? So I'm asking that because a big focus of the intent and direction of our PBC is on our young people.
It's a combination of infrastructure and also then behavioural change programs. And you know, when I look to see, not just within Christchurch and other areas, it takes political leadership as well. You need to make sure that you know you're supporting this and putting this in place. It gets results. We've seen that overseas. We've seen that with the Paris mayor put in place an ambitious program and get re-elected. We've also seen in the UK they appoint cycling and walking commissioners, and that is a key role that sits on boards as well.
Thank you, Tony. Councillor Coombe, your call.
Thanks, Chair. Tēnā koe, Tony. Great to see you presenting today. Thank you for that. I think it's perhaps been a bit lost in some of the headlines around what we're actually doing today, and we're just being asked to endorse a prioritisation for a business case with the funding that is already available in the RLTP. So I just wanted to confirm. Are you supporting? Bike Auckland is supporting us in terms of that prioritisation and what AT is proposing for that funding?
So yes, we are. So as you're quite right, there's 306 million that is already baked into an existing plan. There is also some additional recommendations as to how Auckland Council can achieve mode shift to 7% and also achieve emission reductions. And so Auckland Transport has put forward a very comprehensive case on that. Bike Auckland also support that case as well.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Thank you, Tony. Councillor Henderson, your call.
Thank you, Chair. Just a really quick one. So Bike Te Aratu, one of the constituent organisations, did a fantastic submission to our annual plan where they pointed out some of the costs of cycle infrastructure in Auckland compared to other cities and how we seem to be paying a hell of a lot more than other places. Does Bike Auckland have a view on the cost of this kind of stuff?
Yes, and we have shared that with Waka Kotahi and also at Auckland Transport. There is too much red tape that is slowing the process down and over-engineering. We need safer infrastructure sooner, and it can be built smarter. So that feedback has been clear, and there is willingness to change in both organisations to remove the red tape. And look, there's one thing that we didn't talk about before, but there's a cost of not actually implementing this program. The Greater Manchester calculated the cost of not actually implementing this type of change program. In New Zealand terms, per year, $7.5 billion if they didn't actually take this forward, due to congestion, due to pollution, due to casualties, due to suppression of exercise. So yes, there's a cost of implementation, but there's a cost of not doing something as well.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And I'll now go to Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Karen Wilson. Kia ora, Karen.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Tony. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Congrats also for your appointment to Bike Auckland. Tony, I'm just wanting to know if, in terms of the consideration you put before us, you have also included some thinking around equity and equality, and you've mentioned other countries and as it potentially relates to Indigenous Have you progressed that any in terms of the thinking?
So the case before you is from Auckland Transport, and yes, there is a considerable amount of research and thought that has gone into that. Bike Auckland also see the wider community benefits to be able to support communities throughout the Auckland city and region, and also benefit those that are coming to Auckland. We do see it as an ability to provide people transport options, other transport options that will allow them to get out there and be mobile, that will allow them to get to their jobs, that will allow their families to be able to connect with other communities and other families. So yes, at the heart of this plan in front of you is about people of all ethnicities, and it's about diversity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson, and I will now take the question of Councillor Walker, please.
Yeah, hi, Tony. Congratulations on your appointment. Have you had a chance to go through the business case, and have you got any ideas on priorities?
Yes, I have been through the business case many times, and talked to many people about it as well. Look, the first thing that we need is political support, and we need to build infrastructure. Without the infrastructure, without an infrastructure that allows connection through Auckland, without that, you won't be able to get the people on bikes. So that, for me, is the priority, making sure that you're putting in place safe cycleways and identifying and rolling out that infrastructure rapidly.
Thank you, Tony.
So just a further question. Have you had the business case for a while? And I'm not talking about Future Connect, I'm talking about the business case we're discussing today.
So the business case was meant to be presented at the previous council meeting, and I've had it since then. Before then, I wasn't part of Bike Auckland before December, but there was an existing plan that I had also had access to, which was presented previous years.
Tony, just for clarification, you're referring to the report. You had that?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Chair, and tēnā koe, Tony. Look, my question is around existing infrastructure. For example, we have there Te Aramua Future Streets, and in Māngere in particular, it's not being used as much as we all would have hoped. What do you think Bike Auckland could do to end up? We have Mr. T. We also have some of our ladies that support Mr. T from Bike Auckland. What do you think you as an organisation can do to increase the participation or the use of those in regards to that particular one and also the one at the airport? You know what I mean? That's because I'm seeing that it's not being used, and as both myself and Councillor Collins would know, because it's our patch, it's just looks like it's going to waste. So yeah, just the part-time.
No, look, thank you for that question. I think, and Mr. T is doing an excellent job, and it's actually a blueprint for what needs to happen. So we have a local community that has got together and is providing a service and a network of support and access to bicycles within their local community. And what Bike Auckland does is we support those communities, those bike burbs around Auckland, and we need to grow more of those and identify people within those communities that can really take on leadership roles like you've got there. But that won't be enough. First of all, you need safer infrastructure that connects to other places. You also need conversion programs. You need programs that encourage change of behaviour, which is in the plan in front of us. And you also need policy changes. And it's going to be those three things that are going to be able to encourage the usage. Bike Auckland is doing everything that we can on our limited resources to be able to help and encourage and enable communities. But we need the Auckland Council and Auckland Transport to also do that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipina. And final question, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Simpson, your call.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations, Tony, on your new role. Must be very exciting. You've got some wonderful cycling infrastructure in your neck of the woods. But look, my question, I got an unsolicited call this morning from a principal in a school in South Auckland who had read some media, and he said to me, this is so far from reality as to what our community needs, it's not funny. He said the consequences will go well beyond, the negative perverse consequences will go well beyond any staff or staff understanding. So I was quite concerned to talk to that principal. So my question to you is, how wide is your Back Auckland network, specifically in South Auckland and areas that maybe don't have so much of this infrastructure now? I mean, I know that you do quite a lot in Central Auckland, but how far do you go, and how strong are those networks?
So we have people that membership that covers the whole of Auckland. Yes, we have people in Central Auckland, but we have a very strong connection with South Auckland as well. I do wonder whether or not the media that this person's referring to was talking about items which didn't actually explain the business case, and it just inflamed certain areas. But we have access to help every community within Auckland, and we do so. We're a volunteer organisation and a charity organisation, I must add.
Thank you.
Yeah,
now,
okay.
I do have a late question which I'll accept from Councillor Fletcher, but that is the final question. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, and I'd like to add my congratulations to you, Tony, for the ability that you can bring to bring freshness through. It's certainly my hope that on these types of programs that we can see cross-party support and that they be mainstream so that we don't end up with polarisation on it. The question that I want to pose to you is, when we're talking about something of the magnitude of 306 million, do you think you should be getting the business case after 8 p.m. at night for a meeting the following day? Is that good process in terms of trying to get the buy-in of everyone to understand what can be achieved from this, and that the financial matters can be properly explored?
I think timely information is absolutely important, but I also think we need to look at the future and the vision for Auckland, and what the overall direction is, and the pathway for that. And when I look at this plan that Auckland Transport has put in front of you, it will still provide the ability to check in and to ensure projects are delivered in a timely and efficient manner. So I still think that you will have plenty of opportunity to steer, but I do urge you to look at where Auckland needs to be by 2030, and whether or not this plan supports that vision. Yes, this would be my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Tony. We'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Tony.
We wish you well in your tenure chairing Bike Auckland, and thanks for your advocacy today in support of that particular item 9. And please stay with us if you wish. You're most welcome. We've got a couple of items of business before we go there. So can I have a mover of acknowledgement of Tony Mitchell? Councillor Dalton will move it. Councillor Cooper will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no, and declare that carried. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. And now I'm calling upon Christian Eek. He is from the Sites of Significance Working Party for the film industry, to address us on the sites of significance and filming. Welcome, Christian.
Cool. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Mayor, committee members and councillors. It's really nice to see some of you guys in person for once.
If you could just bring your mic towards you a little bit.
Bring on. There you go. My name is Christian Eek. I'm a freelance film producer. I am here representing most of the key film industry organisations in New Zealand. Hopefully, you guys all know the benefits of our billion-dollar industry, both financially and culturally, through our city. We're very much a growth industry. so I'm not going to rehash all of that. I'm here to talk to you guys about a major issue we have in regards to the resource consent requirement for filming on sites of significance. Now, before I start talking, it's really important that we clarify that we are, as our industry, we fully support mana whenua and the sites of significance. Our only issue is the resource consent requirement. The timeframes and cost of a resource consent doesn't bear any resemblance to the current film permitting process, which through Screen Auckland is usually about a week, sometimes more, maybe a $1,200 fee to film on a council site. A resource consent will take 8 to 10 weeks and cost somewhere close to $20,000. So effectively, it means that most local and also most international productions will not be able to meet those timeframes or the cost. So effectively, we're now, I wouldn't say banned, but we're not able to film in key public places like Victoria Park, Coyle Park, Western Park, Aotea Square, many key sites around the city. Obviously, there are sites of significance that are probably unsuitable for filming, like an Urupa and places like that. But a lot of the places on this list are living, breathing city spaces that have thousands of people commuting and doing business in these places. So, for a temporary activity like filming, it does seem a little bit excessive. One recent example, there's a major international TV show shooting downtown, on the corner of Queen Street and Shortland Street. They were going to shoot early in the morning, they had traffic management in place, and all of that was all approved. But because the corner, the intersection between Queen Street and Shortland Street is a site of significance, they realized they needed a resource consent. So they didn't have time or money to do that, so they've had to change their traffic management plan, change the camera positions, which are not the positions that the production want, but it was the only way they could get around it. So these things keep popping up more and more, and it's going to really, it's just a very bad look for our ability to attract international productions to come to Auckland and New Zealand. Like when these overseas studios look at where they want to base their production, there's many factors they look at, and ease of access to sort of council and government property is a key thing. And this kind of red tape will effectively kneecap both our international industry, but also our local industry. Unlike most resource consents, we're not building anything, we're not doing any earthworks or land disturbance. We literally turn up, put up some lights, and film. And it's also really important to note that we already have existing processes in place for film permitting, processes that mostly work. And also it's key to note that we have not had a single complaint for filming on any of these sites of significance. So it's like the system wasn't broken, but there's this added application we need to do that doesn't seem to kind of match up with what we're asking for. And on top of doing a resource consent, we still need to do all the usual permitting processes through Screen Auckland or DOC or regional parks or Tupuna Maunga. So it's just adding a lot of workload to everyone. So essentially, it doesn't seem to benefit anyone. Like, I'm sure the council already has enough resource consent applications. We certainly don't have time or money to do it, and I'm sure that iwi also have probably more pressing issues. So it seems like when this was decided years ago, it wasn't fully thought through the ramifications, both for us and iwi and the council itself. We are very much hoping that we can solve this quickly so that we can all focus on more pressing issues. But if we don't solve it now, more sites of significance will be added. We're going to lose more and more public sites for filming, and our international reputation is going down the gurgler, and we're going to stop having all these major productions that want to come here and film. So, quickly, what are we doing? We're working with Screen Auckland and Auckland Unlimited, and we have just started the process of negotiating directly with local iwi. That's quite early on that process, so I don't have any feedback for you now, but it sounded very positive. But it's also key to know that I think a lot of the local iwi are as surprised as we were when they found out that you need a resource consent to film on the sites of significance. So yeah, there seemed to be a bit of surprise there. What do we want from you guys? We'd love to hear your thoughts about the best and most elegant solution to this. And we would also love if you guys are able to officially assign a planner to work with us on solving this issue for everyone.
Thank you, Christian. Thanks for outlining the issue, the concern, and the way forward in part. And I'll take questions now from member Tau Henare. Kia ora, Tau.
Kia ora, Chief. Thank you, Chair. Christian, just a couple of questions, mate. How many times have you met with mana whenua over this issue?
We've got a large working group. I'm not part of the group that are talking directly to mana whenua. I think this is quite early on in the process because literally the sites of significance came into effect last March. It wasn't until Christmas last year that our industry actually became aware of it. And then we've been working with Screen Auckland over the last few months and then only recently started the process of engaging directly with mana whenua. So it's very early on in the process for that.
It seems to be, okay, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, no further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Member Henare, and I will now go to Member Karen Wilson.
Kia ora, I shall choose my words very carefully. Kia ora, Christian. I note there's some strength in your words around kneecapping and lots of workload, doesn't benefit anyone. Iwi don't consider this as a pressing issue. That would be a key point that one wouldn't say on behalf of iwi. So I note in the documentation here that for site consulting is scoping some options, and then I note there's immediate need, and that one of the options that's being proposed in terms of immediate need is proposing, as you've said, a secondment Auckland Council to join Auckland. The thing that I find really puzzling, I have to say, is there's no attempt whatsoever to have an understanding of what mana whenua actually consider significant in terms of sites of significance, hence the name. You seem to have, I know you have concentration on the screen industry and the economic benefits, but no understanding whatsoever in terms of why mana whenua support the need, because they're sites of significance, and worse, they're not complete yet. Is there any thinking that you have in the role that you have that is significant to mana whenua and therefore does require some protection over and above the economic benefits that you're proposing?
Christian.
Thank you. I mean, I will acknowledge that this is not my area of expertise. I am a foreigner, so I will not be, I'm not an expert on this. I also just want to clarify that we don't have any issues in regards to sites of significance, and we'd like to engage with mana whenua to sort of to distinguish what are appropriate sites to film on and what are not. Our main issue is that we don't think the resource consent process benefits either mana whenua or the screen industry, and that's why part of our working group, which is the biggest part of our working group, are now engaging directly with mana whenua to try and work through that process. The biggest issue here is that we didn't realize that this happened until after it had happened. If there had been consultation with the screen industry years ago when all of this sort of started, we would have been able to have had some of this discussion then. So we're sort of very much catching up on and trying to sort of untangle what happened. And also, we do want to talk to mana whenua and hear their concerns. It's the resource consent requirement that seems a bit too heavy-handed for what we need. But, you know, as you point out, every site has its own significance, and you know, we can't assume that we can film everywhere. That's not what we're saying at all.
Thank you, Christian. I think a really good solution that hasn't been put into the documentation is an understanding by yourself and the screen industry into sites of significance and the measures that have been put forward to protect those. I think that's not well understood. I'm thinking if you continue to say mana whenua say this, that also isn't representative of the true thinking in terms of sites of significance. I'll leave it there, but I think there is a lot of work in understanding what that means and the need for resource consents because they are sites of significance. I think that's a big piece of work that needs to be looked at, to be honest.
Thank you, Member Wilson. Good words, and thank you, Christian, for your presentation here today, highlighting your viewpoint. And that's important. Members, we've considered the address of Christian in advance today and are proposing the motions before you there. And that is firstly to acknowledge the importance of these sites of significance to Māori. They are very important. That's critical, and we highlight that. We acknowledge the concerns raised by the screen industry, and then we note that Auckland Unlimited and Plans and Places Department are aware of those concerns and that we will look into those concerns, but we will look into them with mana whenua. So there's a lot of work to do. So members, if you can have a look at those in red. I think I've got one last question from Councillor
I actually put my hand up quite a while ago, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I missed it. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm happy to move it.
It's moved by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Just the question is around. It's almost, sorry, I'm a bit confused because there was a lot of commentary in some of that. It is a question. Given the requirement now for a resource consent, do you think that Auckland Screen's website, part of Auckland Unlimited, says we've earned an international reputation as a filming destination that offers top quality, cost-effective and conducive environment for screen production and post-production, given it's 10 times the time and 10 times the cost, is at risk?
Yeah, I mean, this is a whole nother discussion, but I think a lot of the information on the Screen Auckland and Auckland Limited website, including promotional material with images and videos of places where we want people to come and film, a lot of those places are unpermittable. So this is a whole nother issue, which basically lists, I mean, I'd like to come back to you and talk to you guys again one day about how tricky it is to permit filming in Auckland, the amount of red tape, the amount of stakeholders we need to engage with. But this certainly doesn't help. Yeah, but I also think it's really important to point out that this is not mana whenua's fault. This is just it's a statutory requirement that was written into the Unit Territory Plan years ago. And it's only just now sort of been activated, and we're trying to entangle it, but we're very much starting on the back foot here.
Thank you. Look, we've got some work to do here and some understanding to be looked at as well. So let's leave it there. It's moved and seconded by Councillor Cooper and Councillor Henderson. Thank you. The motions are before us for voting. I will call the vote. All those in favour say aye.
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 And to the contrary, say
Aye.
no. And to the contrary, say no. Thank you, members. That motion is carried. Thank you, Christian. And we have some work to do. Thank you. Members, that concludes item 5, local board input. Public input. Under 6, local board input, we have none. There is nothing called to my attention under extraordinary items, so now we will go to item 8. And item 8 is on page 13 of your agenda. And this item relates to the resolutions of the Aotea, Great Barrier and Wahiki and Waitemata local boards regarding their concerns about helicopter activity in their areas. Members, there's been quite a lot of discussion with the respective board chairs and deputy. Myself and Councillor Coombe have been involved with discussions with Izzy Fordham at Aotea and Kath Handley at Waiheke and at Waitemata with Alex Bonham, the deputy chair, along with our staff over some months on this. And you can see some, I'll put the so-called chairs recs, but these recommendations have been worked up with Councillor Coombe, our staff, and the respective chairs and deputies that I've just mentioned. So I'll move those. Councillor Coombe, thank you.
Thank you.
And so it's moved and seconded, so we'll have that on the screen. So primarily the issue before us is to respond to the resolutions of the respective boards, and we have that paper before us now. And the manager of Planning Northwest is the lead on this, Warren McLennan, supported by Peter Vari, and we also have staff from our regulatory team, and I want to acknowledge the role here too of Councillor Cooper, because this is not just exclusively a planning matter, it crosses over into the regulatory area, and I'll hear from Councillor Cooper shortly as well. So now handing to Warren McLennan. Kia ora, Warren. And look, I just want to acknowledge, I think on the call we do have Kath Handley, Izzy Fordham and Alex Bonham that are with us for this item as well. Warren, in your hands.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, councillors. I'll just go through a brief presentation and then we're happy to take questions. So as the Chair said, we do have Peter Vari along in terms of some of the district planning provisions, Brad Allen, I think from Resource Consents, and our monitoring and compliance team headed by Adrian Wilson. So there's a variety of people that can answer questions along the way. Next slide, please. So each of the three local boards, as Chair Darby has said, have passed resolutions relating to concerns around helicopter management, and they go back. Certainly the Waiheke local board have been involved in this for much of last year, and then we also had the Waitemata local board and Aotea Great Barrier local board. So there are three similar sorts of or three boards with similar sorts of concerns, although slightly different according to the plans which have jurisdiction in those areas. And the three local board representatives made presentations last month to the planning committee. And you also have the full resolutions attached to your report as resolutions B, C and D. So that's all set out there. Next slide, please. So the regulatory framework is set out there, in particular for the unitary plan for residential zones. Helicopter landing and takeoff is a non-complying activity, and in particular that means that a full notification assessment applies to helicopter activities which are discretionary or non-complying. It's a slightly different pattern in the Hauraki Gulf Islands, and in particular helicopter activities, particularly over residential areas, are subject to, well, they're restricted discretionary, and so they're subject to compliance with various matters, which includes noise limits. Notification there is also different to the Auckland Unitary Plan. The HGI plan has, it's the restricted discretionary activity applications have a non-notification clause which generally precludes notification unless there are special circumstances. and that's the area that we will be wanting to concentrate on as we go through this investigation. So next slide, please. So although, as I've just said, the Hauraki Gulf Islands provisions are less strict, the effects are able to be considered, and you can assess the relevance of effects and allow for applications to be declined. So the matters of discretion are pretty much visual and oral amenity, and it particularly relates to the helipad rather than the flight itself. So you'll see the relevant assessment criteria, helipad locations, flight numbers, flight movements, and cumulative effects. But notification is, as I've said, there are limitations on our ability to consider special circumstances there, and in particular, the amenity effects and cultural effects are more problematic to be able to be covered, and that is also part of the investigation to be addressed. Next slide, please. So if we go on to look at the resolutions passed by the 3 local boards, this is really a bit of a summary of what various boards have asked for, not all the same, but there's a detailed discussion of these within the report. So there's a request for the plan change, for a plan change to in the unitary plan to apply prohibited activity status in residential zones and coastal areas. Now that prohibition one is a pretty difficult one for us to defend. It's so clearly that's part of the investigation, but it's not something that we see as being easy at all. The request for declaration from the Environment Court, we think the provisions are clear and we're not planning to do that at the time. The request for all helipad applications to be publicly notified using special circumstances, and really that needs, through the wording of the plan change, of the plan itself, it needs a case-by-case consideration. The next one around a moratorium on helicopter applications, and that's similar to the first request. Again, that's not provided for under the Resource Management Act, and so therefore we have to look at how we can investigate the need or otherwise for tighter controls through this process. The next one, request for a plan change to the Hauraki Gulf Islands plan, and there is also a request for a change to the unitary plan, and that's the evidence that we're looking to gather at the moment, which is set out in the recommendations, and so we've already started this work, and we can talk about exactly what is happening in there when we get to the recommendations. Finally, the Aotea Great Barrier Local Board have particularly asked council staff to continue with working with mana whenua on sites of significance, and the next tranche is being worked on at the moment, and there will be another tranche later on in the year, and so that will continue work on sites of significance. Last slide, please. So the resource consents part of the request for resource consents to review their helicopter practice and guidance note, that work is happening at the moment, and it's nearly complete, and I'm sure that Brad or Ian will be able to talk about that. The compliance and monitoring project has already commenced. The letters have been sent to all of the consent holders. I think some replies have been received. Starting the analysis of flight log information, and then there will be a time to determine the extent of that compliance. I think the monitoring team have also met with Quiet Skies, and they're continuing to work with Civil Aviation Authority, and that work will continue, and we'll have those findings reported back to the Planning Committee together with the options for going ahead. Thanks, Kalinda.
Thank you, Warren.
Maybe we could go to the recommendations.
Sorry, say again, Warren.
I'll just say maybe we should go to the recommendations.
Okay, we'll go to the recommendations. You want to take us through the recommendations then that reflect the discussion that we've had with the respective board chairs and deputies with yourself, your team and Councillor Coombe over the last couple of months?
Yes, certainly. So we do acknowledge concerns raised by the 3 local boards and Mana Whenua, and that was from the Aotea local board itself, putting together a petition and so on. And the let me see. So the number C, the compliance and monitoring department, doing this work. I've covered that. So we are working with the CAA. I think that Adrian's already had meetings with them, and I think that continues tomorrow. I also think the Waiheke Local Board and Quiet Skies have been working with CAA as well. So the overview, so the work will cover the current and historic levels of pattern of activity. And as you see there, a report prepared for the Planning Committee, together with an assessment of the options available to address helicopter activity in the Auckland region. So that's the work that we're doing. I've talked about the resource consents practice and guidance note, almost done, and I've talked about the issue around prohibited activity status, which is a difficult one to establish, and so we haven't recommended that. You'll all note that you'll all be aware of the plans and places, and a large part of the rest of the council and councillors working through the NPSUD and the Housing Supply Act. So we're really looking to enable the time over the next few months, 6 months, to get that work out of the way, or at least on a further level of activity, and for the monitoring department to work on the detail of this in the meantime. And I've also noted the sites of significance work to Mana Whenua on Aotea Great Barrier Island.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that summary. And now you've commenced the work under the C, that's highlighted, and the practice and guidance note is underway. And I understand today the Civil Aviation Authority are visiting Waiheke. Is your team party that to their visit there, or is that just with the Waiheke board and the CAA themselves?
I think that it's, maybe Kath is on the line. I'm not sure.
We can't go to Kath right now. I'm sorry, Warren, but look, Kath I'll go to you briefly, Kath. Kath, you are with us. You've got the Civil Aviation Authority visiting Waiheke today and visiting you.
Yes, it was scheduled, but because of COVID in one of their households, it is now going to be the 31st of May. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Kath, for that clarification. So that work is underway as well. Again, a little bit delayed with good reason. Okay, Warren, we've got the recommendations here. We'll take some questions, and the first question is from Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Tau Henare. Kia ora, Tau.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Chair. Warren, just a couple of questions around engagement with mana whenua. Who specifically are we talking about when I see mana whenua come up on the recommendations?
No. To date, this has really been through the Aotea Great Barrier Local Board, which provided us with a letter from Ngāti Rehua Ngāti Wai ki Aotea, and that was Charles Nephier. So we'll be talking with him in particular, but we'll also be raising it with other mana whenua groups, particularly on Waiheke.
Just in regards to your presentation, I didn't see mention of the health and safety issue around increased helicopter activity. Is that something that civil aviation is looking at, or are you looking at that as well?
It will be considered as part of the report, but that will be work that we receive or information that we receive from the Civil Aviation Authority. That's not necessarily, it's really more context for what changes, if any, we need to the Hauraki Gulf Islands plan or the Auckland Unitary plan.
Yeah, it's just interesting that it's the interesting part of that issue is that there seems to be a hell of an increase in activity over the past, say, even 12 months. And I would have thought that a deeper dive into the health and safety would have shone through in this report, but I'm happy that civil aviation will pick that up. Thank you, Warren.
Thanks.
Thank you, Member Henare. I will now go to the question of the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Cashmore.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Warren. Just want absolute clarity, Warren, around urban flyovers by helicopters on the way to rural jobs. Is that going to be anything part of your work?
Well, certainly. So the work is really around helipads and the responsibility for this council is around the landing and taking off at helipads. So overflying, if they're more than 500 feet, becomes a CAA responsibility.
Thanks for clarification.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And the next call is with Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Karen Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Warren, for that. A lot of complexity there, as we know. My question, I've got a couple of questions. Given that we know there would be urgency to try and safeguard sites of significance on Aotea from helicopter activity, it doesn't wait while everyone goes through the investigation. Have you considered what interim measures can be taken to ensure these sites are not adversely impacted while the council goes through its assessments and formal scheduling processes? That's my first question.
Okay, so that's a resource consent question, probably. Brad, can you answer that? I mean, I think the answer is partly that while there are 5 applications that have been made for Aotea Great Barrier, only one has been approved, I think. But Brad, could you give us an update on that?
Kia ora, Brad.
Kia ora, can you hear me?
We're with you, Brad.
Yeah. So on Aotea, there's been 5 applications, 3 have been approved and 2 are still in process. The matters for discretion for the consents that have gone through so far have been restricted, so there hasn't been scope in terms of what the plan says that we can look at. And then in terms of the processing, we are restricted by the matters of discretion as they are in the plan at the moment. So until such time as there was a plan change or notified changes where there's legal effect for more matters to be brought in, there isn't scope at this stage.
So in essence, I'm understanding that to mean there are no measures going to be put in place, or whilst investigations are being carried out, they will continue on. Is that correct?
That's correct. At this stage, we are bound by the matters that we have in front of us at this stage until there is a formal change to allow us to broaden that out.
I would hope there is, because these could be drawn out for a long period of time. I hope there are some measures being looked at to mitigate whilst this investigation is being undertaken. It's taken over 2 years just to get another tranche into the heritage sites work. I think it's significantly important that some measures are taken to safeguard whilst this is taking place for the sites of significance. Have you any consideration there? Otherwise, Mr. Chair, I'd be looking at an amendment. It can't be that these will need to go through whilst an investigation is being undertaken.
Okay, go back to Brad. I think there was a question there of Brad first, and then we'll come back to the last part. Member Wilson, if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of what we can consider at the moment, we have explored this, and legal advice is that we are still bound by the plan written matters of discretion. Obviously, where there are sites where there are sensitivities, we do try and liaise directly with an applicant to see if there are measures that we can persuade them into to account for those. But we are, at the end of the day, we are restricted to those matters of discretion and the scope of what is in the plan at the moment.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Member Wilson, you put something at the end there. You were concerned about something lacking that might require amendment. Member Wilson, do you mind just liaising with our Secretariat and key staff here? I will just make sure somebody contacts you. I just want to make sure that's covered off with you, unless you want to address it right now.
No, I'll make the contact with staff to see what that would look like, Mr. Chair. But I definitely think if an investigation acknowledges that sites of significance, because of the Māori Heritage Program, which hasn't yet progressed for a whole lot of different reasons, means there's a huge hole there that, if you're listening to the presenters, can't be covered as yet. That's not ideal. So I'll leave that there. And as you say, Mr. Chair, I just have one other question, if I can, for Warren.
Absolutely.
And that is there's things in there in terms of current legislation, policy environment, that says there's a lack of ability for staff to address things you'd normally have the ability to investigate options. I'm interested in the options part of how best to look at matters, including what I've just spoken to Brad about. There's got to be another way, and it can't be just because there is insufficient staff to address these problems which have significance for Māori and clearly for the local boards who are presenting it there. You have local boards, you have mana whenua that are united on matters that need to be looked at, but nothing legislatively that will help. Are there any options, Warren, that can be considered that acknowledges this is a significant matter, clearly, for local boards and for mana whenua? And I'm talking about in terms of the resource consents and potentially what sections could be used to acknowledge significance for mana whenua.
Warren, in your hands.
I think that a key part really is that in order to do a plan change, we really need to make sure that we have adequate information which will stand up through the hearings. When the Hauraki Gulf Islands plan was, and the helicopter provisions were agreed in about 2013, I think it was through a significant amount of opposition and argument and mediation between local people and helicopter companies and so on, tourism companies and so on. And it was really only settled through a lengthy appeal process. So we know that as we start any plan change process, we need to be well armed with information about what the issues are and the wording in any plan change that we would need to come up with to cover that. So that's why we're doing the investigation at the moment, and it will take some time, and it's worth it, I think, to get as good a plan change, as sound a plan change process as possible. In terms of the heritage work that the heritage team are doing on sites of significance, that is happening, I think, as far as I'm aware, Tranche 2 is happening at the moment, and work is going on there. And a third tranche is being prepared for starting later in the year. But this is a resort, it's not just a resourcing thing of the council and staff. It's also a resourcing of ensuring that iwi are well informed and are supportive of any of these sites. And it's also important to ensure that the landowners are aware and work with the council on that. So that process of sites of significance plan changes does take a while.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, immediacy-wise, there's no plan in terms of immediacy as opposed to investigation and then?
So the sites of significance is a separate plan change, which the heritage team are working on at the moment. That's not part of the investigation because it is happening anyway. What we're looking at through this process are whether or not we need to change some of the provisions within the Hauraki Gulf Islands plan to allow, I guess, for a wider range of effects, including cultural effects, to be taken into account.
Thank you, Warren. I'll leave it there. Mr. Chair, just to advise our Secretariat, who's online, will be working with Kalinda in terms of what potentially could be proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson, and thank you, Warren. I'll now go to Councillor Coombe, please.
Well, thanks, Chair, Ngā Warren and team, and thank you for the work that you're progressing. I have a few pārtai, if I may, Chair. Firstly, just to clarify in terms of, I know there's a lot of concern around the timetable for undertaking the investigation. So can you give us a better handle on that and when we can anticipate it coming back to the Planning Committee with the options?
Warren?
Well, so we're pretty early on in this, but I would say it's likely to take 3 to 4 months, maybe longer, to actually do the work to evaluate the resource consent conditions and compliance with them and work with CAA and so on. And when I say 3 or 4 months, there's still going to be some allowance for various other things which are out of our control, whether we can get further information, how much information we can get from CAA and so on. And then after that, the planning staff will put together a report which is looking at all the various options, and that may be a plan change. And if it is, then we'll come back to you to talk about the plan change itself. I'm guessing towards the end of the year, but I'm not sure. And some of this is, as we said in the report, some of the, I guess, priority resourcing that we need to put into other projects at the moment as well.
So can I just come in there, Councillor Kermit, and I know this is really important for you and your communities. Look, I'm very mindful and I need to defend the staff here in terms of their workload. Their workload is enormous at the moment in responding to government directions, and that is our priority call, and we need to get that work over the line. And there's a lot more to do once our plan change for the National Policy Statement on Urban Development is notified in 20 August. So I think the chairs of the respective boards, the Deputy Chair of Waitemata, we are all aware of the priority of the Plans and Places Unit and the Regulatory Unit. This is work that's going to be requiring the attention of both. So as your Chair, I just want to make it very, very clear that there is other priority work that has to be above this right now, but we will get to it.
Thanks, Chair, but what I'm hearing is that this work is underway, so that's good news, and I'm not hearing from Warren that it is going to be delayed. It's just got to be stepped through. There's a process to follow. The investigation has to be undertaken, and then it's going to be looked at by the end of the year to be reported back. So is that right, Warren?
Yes, so what I'm trying to do here is to ensure that while Plans and Places keep to their key priorities, there is other investigation work happening which we don't have to be a part of, apart from catching up every now and then. But it's really important for us that the compliance team are working to look at these resource consent. We don't need to be there to do that. So you're correct that the work to be done in the compliance area and in the resource consents area can continue while we're doing this other work. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was wanting to clarify, and then also what you're saying, that we can look forward to this coming back to us by the end of the year if things go to plan. The other, of course, area of concern is very much what's happening with applications that council's currently receiving and how they're being dealt with. Will the practice note provide additional guidance, excuse me, particularly around where there is discretion to publicly notify applications?
Brad, that sounds like you.
Brad, are you still with us?
Thank you, through the Chair. Yes, that's right. The practice note does go through essentially a step-by-step of the rules, what to assess, and different assessments that can be included for different application types in terms of their activity status. And it does cover off the notification aspects in terms of what needs to be considered for that.
Thank you. And when can we hope to see the practice note?
So it's been drafted. At the moment, it's going back to the author to have some changes made, and then it goes through council's approval process, which is through management sign-off, legal review, and my understanding is that that will also be public-facing as well once it's finalised.
Right, we look forward to that. And final part, if I may, Chair. Excuse me. The impact of noise is kind of a very live issue and being, I guess, reassessed in terms of international standards of best practice around noise and what people and environments can withstand around noise limits. Is that, where do you see that being looked at as part of this process that's underway, particularly perhaps in terms of the investigation around the impact of helicopter movements?
So within each resource consent, there are consent conditions relating to noise levels. And as far as I'm aware, the ones that are in there comply with all of the standards at the moment. And I guess the question will be whether those are adequate. But certainly noise is a control within both plans.
Right. So if standards change kind of internationally as best practice, that's something we as Auckland Council can take into account on the way through.
I guess we would take the advice of the CAA on that, I think.
Right. Okay. And that's ongoing in terms of those conversations with CAA.
Yes, I think that the monitoring team have already met with the CAA and will continue.
Thank you. Appreciate the work that's underway. Kia ora, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Just following up on the practice note then, Warren and Brad, does the practice note give any attention to how to assess an application where the application site is in proximity to a heliport? So I understand there's airports or heliports on Aotea and Waiheke, and in the Waitemata district there's Rosedale, there's Mechanics Bay, there's Onehunga. And then further out there's Ardmore and Auckland Airport and Dairy Flat. So when you get an application, probably this is your area, Brad, do you get to assess the availability of existing infrastructure?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this stage, the plan has it as a non-complying activity for those residential areas, which means that you end up back at the objectives and policies. And at this stage, my understanding is that there isn't much of a direction in terms of assessing the availability of other infrastructure in that regard. But in saying that, I will just cover off that there are some changes coming in through resource management considerations in terms of greenhouse gas and other aspects which have been raised. And those will be coming in and bring in a consideration of matters such as that. But at this stage, each application does need to be assessed on its own merits in terms of how it stacks up. And that doesn't, sort of current planning policies and measures, it doesn't actually direct you to have that consideration, although it can be a consideration if it is relevant to the effects of that application.
Okay, and just following on for Councillor Coombe's question about noise, there's a little more than noise. I'm sure Councillor Coombe is aware of this, that you get it as a result of helicopter movement. You also get the effect of air displacement, impacts on ecology, impacts on recreational amenity, privacy, intrusion on that from an object dropping into the neighbouring site. So is all of that, can that all be taken into account under the current structure, whether it be in the non-complying or the restricted discretion, whether you're on the mainland or the islands?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the moment, for unitary plan consents, yes, it can. So you're in a non-complying space or discretionary in most cases. So you're not restricted in terms of what you can look at, as long as it is an effect of the proposal that you're assessing. In the Hauraki Gulf Islands, if you are within the restricted discretionary matters, then you are just restricted to those two items of discretion, which is noise effects and also any visual effects associated with physical works. So if you're a restricted discretionary activity under the HGI plan, no, some of those effects can't be considered for. But if you're a discretionary activity, you can within the HGI plan.
Okay, that's probably a nice segue to something that's popped up. Before I carry on with the questions, and I'll go to Mayor Goff, who has got a question, but I'll invite the Mayor to reflect on some correspondence that he and I received from the Minister for the Environment, whose antenna was obviously up on the issue of helicopters, and he wrote to the Mayor and I expressing an interest in how the reform of the RMA under the Natural and Built Environments Act and Strategic Planning Act might address some of these issues. So we received this correspondence just 3 weeks ago, Mayor, and you and I replied yesterday. Mayor, I might just pass to you to cover off that letter to let the committee, bring the committee up to pace of the Minister's interest, and then your question as well. Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we received a letter from the Minister for the Environment, David Parker, around the time that this committee was due to first consider the issue of helicopters. And in essence, what he asks of the chair of the committee and myself is what are our views on there being specific matters on the topic of helicopters that merit consideration as part of the current reforms that he is undertaking. And after advice from staff, Chair Darby and myself replied, and in essence, we said that our ability to consider the effects of helicopter movements under the RMA are pretty much limited to takeoff and landing at present, and they don't include the impact of overflying, which comes under the Civil Aviation Act. And we thought that there were limited scope in the provisions of the Civil Aviation Act to address the general amenity effects, noise consideration, applying only to airports. So in essence, what we've pointed out to the Minister is a jurisdictional and legislative gap between the RMA and the Civil Aviation Act, with neither having the scope to address the general nuisance from helicopter overflying. We also pointed out that the tendency of the RMA Act reforms seem to be to remove consideration of amenity and not to focus on effects. So there's a real danger that the RMA reforms wanting to lessen controls could well mean that we had less ability to deal with the nuisance effects of helicopter overflying. I think that's a fair summary, Mr. Chair, of the correspondence. My question is this, and trying to avoid getting buried into the detail and the complexity of the issue, my question, I suppose, to Warren is what the report back to the planning committee from officers after you've assessed data is trying to achieve. And just an explanation of that question, I guess I'm looking at it in a fairly simple, but I hope not simplistic manner, that what we're actually considering here is a clash of interests. The convenience of those that want to use helicopters to get around, and the impact of their use of those helicopters on the rest of the population in terms of the noise and the disruption to the quiet enjoyment of life. That's the clash of interests. And what I'm hoping you'll come back to the committee with is not simply the data said this, this and this, but an assessment of whether we have got the balance of interests right at present and whether the process is adequate to the task. Is that what you're going to come back to us on? Because that's the sort of thing that I think is driving the concerns of those that have drawn our attention to this issue.
Warren.
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, I think you've pretty much hit the nail on that one. Really looking at what the patterns of helicopter activity are like within the Auckland region, what effects they have, and what are the options that we can come up with to deal with those, which may be a plan change.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that just, there's a lot of complexity around it, but that cuts to the chase and says that's what we want to know. Is the balance right? The balance of rights and the process to ensure that the balance of rights is correct and that all viewpoints can be considered.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Councillor Cooper, your question.
Thank you. My question was just around the call to just sort of add things in as an interim. And I think Brad was saying they got legal advice. Can you just confirm that that legal advice is that would be ultra vires to add things in without a proper plan change?
Might just go back to you, Warren, on the question of adding things in. I don't think I'm hearing at this stage we can add things into the assessment criteria. I think we're making the practice and guidance note is clarifying.
I understand it was just a call from one of the members of the committee to add some things in the interim to hold things over, and I just want to be really clear that it's illegal to do that. We can't just add things in without a proper process, plan change process and public consultation.
Look, I don't think Member Karen Wilson was speaking of adding things in that regard. Member Wilson was looking to
I don't need clarification on that. I just want to
no,
be
to
clear for
amend
the public.
the recommendations. She was looking to add things into the recommendation, and Member Wilson is in contact with our staff right now.
Yeah, that's not how I heard it, but thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Newman, your call.
Well, Chair, thank you very much. Warren, I guess the Mayor has actually hit the nail on the head. I have no idea why this discussion is being considered as a planning and resource management issue when it seems to me that the narrowness of the Civil Aviation Act is the problem here, and that the scope of reform required is not via a plan change from Auckland Council. It is a regulatory matter relating to safety and the efficiency of the transport network, which starts with civil aviation, and therefore it's the Civil Aviation Act that's narrow. The Act was written over 30 years ago when these sorts of problems weren't prevalent, but now they are. I understand that the Minister for Civil Aviation is probably Michael Wood or an Associate Minister under delegation. Very happy for letters to be exchanged with the Minister for the Environment, but shouldn't the matter be taken up with the appropriate minister and addressed as a safety matter under the CAA as opposed to an effects-based debate under the RMA?
Warren, with you.
So there are two parts, I think, to that. Firstly, you're raising safety issues, which, as you say, is quite properly the consideration of the Civil Aviation Authority. But secondly, you're also, under the RMA, we have to process resource consents for helipads as an activity. And so that's where we are looking primarily at the effect of the helicopter landing or taking off within the period of simply landing and taking off. That becomes an RMA issue. So that's where we've got these two pieces of legislation not quite melding. So there could well be some recommendations out of this to discuss further with the civil aviation.
But you wouldn't be able to consider safety issues as a consideration around restricted discretionary or non-complying activity under the RMA, because it would obviously sit under a different statute. Therefore, you can consider this, I presume, in terms of effects, notwithstanding that there is a safety risk, but you're limited under your consideration by effects only. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. The next call, no, I think we've taken the question of the Mayor, and are there any other questions on this, members? Warren, just before we conclude the questions, one last one of myself. You've given me a copy. I raised a question of you offline about the controlled air corridors, and you've given me a plan. The balance of the members can't see this because it's just come in this morning, but the yellow on that plan is controlled air corridor, is it? And there's a requirement to activate transponders within that area?
I could perhaps get Adrian to discuss that map, that email. Are you there, Adrian? Otherwise, I'll have a stab at it.
I think Adrian is in the room, unbeknownst to me, but kia ora. Adrian?
Well, kia ora, Chair. Warren, yeah, I can address that. There's we've been discussing with Civil Aviation about transponders, and there were some points made by a local board previously in relation to transponders being turned off when they go onto Waiheke, and therefore they can't identify the aircraft that are coming in. There's actually no legal requirement for the transponders to be on when it's in uncontrolled airspace. The map that Warren's referring to is very confusing, but basically it shows different heights in which is controlled airspace. Most of that starts at around 1,500 feet. Helicopters coming from Auckland going across to Waiheke would probably not reach that height, and most of Waiheke is actually above 1,500. It's up to 2,500 feet. So helicopters going in without transponders don't actually commit any breach in relation to Civil Aviation Authority rules. However, it doesn't mean that they're not tracked. So their radar signals and records are still in play. It's just it's very difficult to see which particular helicopter it was and what call sign it was. But we're working with the Civil Aviation Authority to actually look back historically, and we can actually see where those helicopters landed and where they took off from their radar track, even if we don't know the specific helicopter itself.
Okay, and that's the work you've got. You've got some of that work underway at the moment, and it's progressing, and we'll hear more of that. Okay, I think I'll leave it there. That's the questions. Now, these motions are moved and seconded. Now, I just need to go back to Member Wilson, and Member Wilson has been working with the staff, and thank you, Member Wilson. And the proposal is to add an additional, well, it's a J, and the words are as on the screen. Note that as a matter of priority, council staff will consider options for providing interim protection measures from helicopter activity for sites of significance to mana whenua on Aotea Great Barrier. Now that is added. I want to go to either Warren or John Dogood. I'll go to the General Manager of Plans and Places, John Dogood, to address that particular addition, please.
Thank you, Chair. So probably responding to Councillor Cooper's concerns, the suggestion here isn't that there's necessarily much we can do under the current rules in the unitary plan. But look, there may be something we can do before I is progressed, because the work on the sites and places of significance to mana whenua takes quite a bit of time. It'll be probably quite a bit of time until additional sites are scheduled on Aotea Great Barrier. So there may be something we can do, possibly by way of a focused plan change. That's obviously has resource requirements, and we need the evidence for that. But I'm comfortable that we could look at some options that may provide that interim protection, because it does seem that there is a gap in the hierarchy of islands in terms of being able to look at cultural values. So acknowledge the IMSB's concerns.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper, you're the seconder, and you did just raise a question.
Aren't I the seconder? Pippa.
Oh, sorry, Pippa. My apologies, Councillor Coombe. We're all good, but I do need to just go to Councillor Cooper as the Chair of Regulatory, because Councillor Cooper did raise a question about this before. I just want to check.
No, I had my question.
Okay, you're fine with that. Good. So the motions are before us, moved and seconded. And apologies, Councillor Coombe, you definitely are the seconder. Any discussion on this, members? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And I do want to support our regulatory staff in the fact that they're working within a framework, a legal framework, which they have to work. They can't just make stuff up. And the difficulty with all of these sorts of plans we have is there's often a perception of what we can deal with in a regulatory space and the reality. And it's really clear that our regulatory staff can't deal with the noise in the sky, because that is the Civil Aviation Authority. But often probably what the issues are the noise in the sky. And so I think we've got to be very realistic. The other thing around this is, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, there's some really significant planning work that has to be done at the moment. And I would say, I know that it affects some people and upsets some people, but the reality here is we've got tree protection plan changes, which is absolutely significant for people right across the region that we're working in, the density and character issues we've got to deal with. We've got to have our staff working on those. Those are really critical. This piece of work, I think, is where we need to go, is to really pulling apart all the moving parts, because it's very complex. This is very complex. And we clearly can't look at cultural issues at the moment, and we can't look at amenity. We can only look at visual and oral, and, you know, are restricted to those. And I think that is a common misconception, that restricted means what are we going to restrict? It's actually that The issues that can be looked at are restricted under the RMA, and until there's a change to that law, it makes it very difficult. And I acknowledge that there's issues here, but I also want to support the fact that we can't go to court with this, because the people that would oppose us making this prohibited have got very deep pockets. Because basically this is for people that have got a lot of money, and they will fight to the ends of earth for their right to do what they want to do. You know, and that's their right under the law. So we've got to be really clear that with the resources we've got to use them really wisely. And we only challenge things in court that we can feel like we can really win. And that use of that public money going to court has a really good outcome. So I support these recommendations and find out where we can get to here in an ultimate plan change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. I'll now go to the second of, and the speaking of, to this from Councillor Coombe, please.
Thanks, Chair. I would like to speak in support, and in doing so, excuse me, acknowledge the Waiheke Local Board and the Aotea Great Barrier Local Board chairs, and Alex Bonham from the Waitemata Local Board, who've been doing a really deep dive into this issue alongside Quiet Sky Waiheke and the Herne Bay Residents Association, who've done a huge amount of work behind the scenes in terms of the whole framework and the regulation of helicopters. And it is a lot of different moving parts. Totally appreciate that. And in terms of what council can do, I think this is good to see that the work is underway. So today we're really just confirming work that already started last month. So, excuse me, do want to thank the teams, the staff that are involved who are progressing this work, particularly the investigation and the practice note that I think will assist a great deal. Of course, there are a whole range of effects, and yes, Chair, I do appreciate that those effects go beyond just noise. But what we are seeing is just a huge proliferation of applications, and it was never envisaged when the unitary plan and the Hauraki Gulf Islands district plan was put in place. And that proliferation is really causing a lot of anxiety and concerns. And say on Aotea Great Barrier, they've never had applications before, and suddenly there's been a whole lot coming through where perhaps applicants are seeing that this is just something to have on a property, to have a helipad, and they just want to anticipate that they can just add this to the value of their property rather than even having a current need. And of course on Waiheke we know that proliferation has now pushed helipads to over 50 on the island. And I don't think that was ever envisaged when the provisions were liberalised in a way to allow for tourism on the island, which was the original thinking. Also, just thinking of the mainland too, I mean, no one imagined that a homeowner would look to build a helipad on a historic boat shed, which is, you know, quite phenomenal that anyone would consider to have that would be okay to have helicopter movements coming in over a public beach. So I do appreciate there's a lot of things happening, a lot of impacts that we're now trying to deal with, and also sensitivities around increase in noise from a whole lot of things, but also that impact of noise on the amenity for residents, visitors, say on Waiheke, but also the impact across marine life. That's a whole new area that's being researched, and we're only just starting to understand that impact. So I'm just throwing together a lot of the concerns there that we are trying to tackle, and I think that these provisions and the resolutions that we're noting in the work that's underway do go to some way in terms of that investigation that needs to happen. And of course I do appreciate the stretch of resources currently with staff, but it was good to hear that we can, that these steps are underway and we can look to have options come back to us at the end of the year. I also just wanted to note, members of the committee can't see it on the screen, but do have access to the to the resolutions that J has been deleted. And I know the advice from staff is that a declaratory judgment isn't needed, but I didn't think that we needed to agree today not to do something. It should just be all of the options on the table. So thank you, Chair, for agreeing to take that out. And finally, just to comment too, that support the addition. Thank you, Member Wilson, for working on that in terms of how we can take steps now to protect sites of significance to mana whenua on Aotea Great Barrier. And it's good that that work is underway too by the heritage team to identify and protect those sites. So another good bit of work that, has been needing to be progressed. And I think that excuse me, what we're doing today is encouraging and takes that forward. So I do commend this to members of the committee and provide my support. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Coombe, and thanks for your tremendous work on this and pulling the boards together into the discussion that we've had with our staff. It's been great. Members, I'm probably not on the Liberal side of providing it an easy road for locating helipads. I'm seeing a proliferation of helicopter activity across central Auckland, and we're hearing from our Waiheke community and our Aotea community and our Waitemata community these concerns. We do have to look at it, and I think the willingness of the staff, even considering their really busy program, to have a look at this. It does amaze me and it astounds me sometimes when I look at, we've got bylaws in place which actually ban the housing of a rooster in your neighbourhood and all the noise that might generate. But it's a restricted discretionary activity under the RMA or a non-complying activity to put a helipad in, and all the noise and loss of amenity and intrusion on privacy that comes with that. So compare how we treat the rooster with the helipad applicant, we're poles apart. Look, I don't want to jump to any conclusions here. That's my personal view. We'll do the work, we'll do the analysis, and come months down the track, we'll see what options are presented to this committee. But I thank everybody for their work and contributions on this matter. And we will also our staff will also be following up with Ministry for the Environment officials in response to the interest of the Minister for the Environment, the Honourable David Parker. We'll leave it there and put it to the vote. The motions are moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
And to the contrary, no. And that matter is carried. Members, it is the time. 11:48. We're going to take I think we'll come back at midday. We're going to take an adjournment now, and then we'll come back at midday for our next paper. So we'll stand adjourned until midday. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what time is midday?
12 p.m. Councillor Walker, thank you.
Okay. Not much of a
Kia ora koutou, welcome back members. We'll reconvene our planning committee meeting and members, we will now go to item 9 and that is on page 59 of our agenda. This item was deferred due to time pressure from our last meeting. So now no doubt people have read it earlier. It's the Auckland Cycling Micromobility Program, the business case or the draft business case. Now, there's been a political working group working on this for some months, and that is made up of Councillors Dalton and Councillor Coombe, Councillors Dalton and Coombe, and myself, and Louise Johnston from the Rodney Local Board, and Lydia Silsini as well, who's now a Member of Parliament. And we've been working with the Auckland Transport staff and Auckland Council Transport Strategy staff on this, and this is the draft business case. So we will now hear from Jenny Chetwin, the Executive GM at Planning and Investment at Auckland Transport, Chris Morgan, the Group Manager, Strategic Projects there, has been part of this work, and John Kierans, Senior Transport Planner. We've also got Robert Simpson from the Auckland Council side in our Transport and Strategy Unit. We can't have Michael Roth today, who's been working on this. He's taking a well-earned break and is out of the country. But we do have the Deputy Chair of the Auckland Transport Board, Wayne Donnelly. And kia ora, Wayne, welcome to you, and good to have you on this call. So I will now hand over to Jenny Chetwin from Auckland Transport to take us through the paper. Just 1 minute, please. There are some chairs recs that have been worked up with our political working group members, that is the council members of the political working group, and they'll be moved by Councillor Dalton. Councillor Coombe, would you like to move second these recommendations? Maybe not there
Yes,
yet.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you. So it'll be moved and seconded. And so they are going up on the screen there now, and we will now go to the presentation starting with Jenny Chetwin. Jenny, in your hands.
Can everybody hear us okay?
We can hear you, Jenny.
Yeah, you can hear us? Good, great. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks very much, everybody. I've got a great team with me here today to help you have this conversation and talk through all the issues that I'm sure this conversation is bound to raise. And also, as the chair said, I have our Deputy Chair, Wayne Donnelly, here as well. I'm going to open up the conversation, and then Wayne's going to give a few comments as well. And then I'm going to invite Courtney to take us through the presentation that you've got in front of you on the screen. And then we'll open it up through the chair for questions and debate. So just to start and open up the conversation, a couple of stats to throw at you. 63% of Aucklanders believe that building more cycleways is an important long-term priority for Auckland. We've just had some recent research that has confirmed that. And another interesting thing that's just come out of our recent research is that 56% of Aucklanders report that they would cycle if they felt safe to do so. That's pretty compelling case for thinking about how we do invest in cycling. So what the conversation today is about a 10-year investment and prioritisation strategy called a PBC to deliver more safe cycling and micromobility around Auckland, around Tamaki Makaurau. This strategy
Jenny,
and process that's contained.
Jenny,
Yep.
I just need to interrupt. Do you mind, for each speaker on your side, can you bring the microphone closer to the speaker? Because we're just losing some of the audio, please.
Yeah, sure. We'll bring it closer. Sorry about that. We have technical problems today. It's stuck to the desk. We'll come closer. We'll come closer to you. Is that a bit better? Can you hear me now, Chris?
We can hear you now, but you are muffled.
I wonder why that's the case.
That's better.
We'll carry on. Can you hear me now?
No, that's not good enough. Just a minute, please.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do with this. Maybe we can take a minute and set up the different computer.
Okay, members,
Sorry,
I
just
don't
give me
want
one-
to be wasteful of time. I'm suggesting that we stand adjourned for lunch, and we'll come back to this item, and we'll sort this issue out. The time now is coming up, I think, 10 past for lunch, half an hour, 12:40. We'll stand adjourned until 12:45, members. 12:45, and we will come back to our meeting. Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa, and we'll reconvene this meeting of the Planning Committee of Auckland Council. Welcome back, members, from your lunch break. Where we left, members, we had just some IT difficulties with Auckland Transport's office. We now have all the Auckland Transport staff in the meeting room, and I welcome the team. Just to recap, the motions as amended had been moved and seconded by Councillors Dalton and Coombe, and they are on the screen. That's where we got to. I'd introduced the various personnel from Auckland Transport, and we were hearing from Jenny Chetwin, and I'm now going to go back to Jenny Chetwin, and we'll pick it up again, Jenny. And great that you could make it up the street. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Chair. Yes, we hopped on a bus, electric bus, and we got here in quick time.
Sorry, Jenny, my error. I just need to quickly do a roll call, Jenny, after the lunch break, with you, Kalinda.
Councillor Bartley. Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, Kalinda.
Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora.
Councillor Collins. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora anō.
Councillor Cooper.
Present.
Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe, Kalinda.
Councillor Fletcher. Mayor Phil.
Present.
Member Henare.
Kia ora.
Councillor Hills. Councillor Mulholland.
Good afternoon, present.
Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon, Kalinda.
Councillor Sayers.
Present, thank you, Kalinda.
Councillor Simpson.
I'm here, Kalinda.
Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker.
Present.
Councillor Watson. Member
Can you
Wilson.
hear me? Sharon said present.
Thank you, Sharon. Councillor Watson. Member Wilson.
Kia ora, Kalinda.
Councillor Young.
Kia ora, 大家好.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, members, and I will now go back to Jenny Chetwin from Auckland Transport. In your hands, Jenny.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Third time, lucky, let's try. So we all hopped on a bus to come up, super quick, super efficient. So let's get into this. So
Are you there?
It's online speaker.
Can you hear me?
John, do you want to say you're present?
Councillor Walker, if you could just observe the protocols, please.
Councillor Watson is present.
Thank you for answering on behalf of another councillor, and we've got that record. Jenny, the mic is with you.
Thank you. Okay. I've got the team here. We've got Wayne on a call as well. So I'll do a quick intro. Wayne will make some comments. We'll get into the presentation and open it up for questions. Okay, so start with a couple of figures you might not have heard before. We've done some recent research and we found that 63% of Aucklanders believe that building more cycleways is an important long-term priority for Auckland, which is really interesting. And 56% of Aucklanders report that if they felt safe to cycle, they would do so. So with that in mind, the conversation today is about the 10-year investment in prioritisation strategy that is contained in the program business case. Basically, that process and strategy is designed to be a pathway to achieving Te Taurike a Tāwhiri cycling goal of 30-fold increase by 2030, and also importantly to address the safety issues and concerns we all have with cycling that are addressed in Vision Zero, particularly reducing our DSI involving people using bikes by 40% by 2031. So to understand how these goals can be achieved, the PBC considers a range of different options. It considers infrastructure build, policy initiatives, and also relevant growth initiatives to really build a pathway and a picture for how we're going to achieve these goals over time. Today we're looking for your consideration and endorsement of the general intent and direction of that strategy. We're looking for your confidence that the way we've set out the prioritisation process, particularly, which you have information on in the paper, meets the goals and the visions that Council is setting for Auckland and setting for Auckland Transport to deliver on. We're not asking for more money today. We're basically setting out a pathway of what we can achieve within our current funding and what we would need to achieve, what funding we'd need to achieve and other initiatives to get to where we want to go ultimately. It's really important we understand that. A comment on the business case. The business case itself is a technical draft working document that AT uses as a way to secure funding from Waka Kotahi. It is a draft, it is not final until it goes through all of the Waka Kotahi processes, including their independent assurance process, and once it's approved by the Waka Kotahi board, it then becomes a final document. So it's very much a work in progress, and really the remit of the Auckland Transport Board to review. We've just hope we've given you enough information today in the report in front of you to be confident about the direction, the areas of focus, and the strategy that we're proposing to achieve our goals. So as for its content, as we've outlined in the paper before you, we've gone beyond the remit of just Auckland Transport as well. So we really are thinking about what other organisations can contribute towards this, thinking about what other policy initiatives that they can bring to the table to really enable us to meet our very ambitious but important goals around safety and around climate change for cycling. A comment on the policy. The policy initiatives that you will see suggested in the paper and that are in the PBC are really important because we can't build our way into this goal. We have to rely on policy change and policy shift, not just in things that Council can do, but also in things other agencies can do, like the Ministry of Education, like health, like a whole range of people. But it's important to understand the policies we're suggesting are recommended for further investigation. They're recommended for us to go to the other agencies and have a talk to them about what they could do and how they could help. So overall, your endorsement is sort of the direction of travel. Focus, please, on the prioritisation, the areas of focus. Are we achieving what you want us to achieve? The team will hopefully be able to answer any questions that you have got or any debate you want across the paper. Through you, Chair, I might invite my Deputy Chair, Wayne, to make a few comments before we get into the presentation.
Thanks, Jenny, and over to you, Wayne, and great to have you with us. So we'll hear now from Wayne Donnelly, the Deputy Chair of Auckland Transport.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that welcome. Yes, your recommendation before the committee says it very clearly. This is about endorsing direction and intent and a prioritisation process for this business case, which is looking to implement your climate plan. And not only just that, it's also, I think, a very, very significant contribution, as your recommendation points out, to achieving Vision Zero. The good news that's come out of the business case approach is that there is a strong economic case for the proposed investments and activities outlined in the program business case. The difficulty is that the current resources will not enable many of them to be put in place, and we need to be able to address that. Your endorsement of the approach does many things. I'll just go through them quickly for you. It adds huge momentum to your courageous proposal to raise a targeted rate to address climate change by wrapping a whole program around those investments rather than leaving them as orphans. It creates a platform from which to urge the Minister of Transport to address these investments in the revised GPS he will complete in June. It creates a basis for critical Auckland Council and Auckland Transport input into the review of ATAP getting underway now with government agencies. It creates a basis for an active mode response to the reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled target anticipated in the government's emission reduction plan due to be released later this month. It creates a basis for an active mode response that will be part of Council's own transport emission reduction plan due for completion around the middle of this year. It adds real weight to the process of seeking approval of the program business case from the Whakakatahi board in due course. It creates a basis for active mode scope in the anticipated review of the RLTP because so much is changing in our space. Without your endorsement, the reverse to all of what I have just said becomes true. This is why endorsement of the direction and intent and prioritisation approach is of real significant importance today, now. Yes, public debate will be intense, and it is important to have that debate given the scale of what's being proposed. In reality, not everything in the program will eventuate in all cases, because they have to go through the RLTP review process and the normal implementation processes of public consultation and detailed funding approval. What is before you is Auckland Transport Board's considered approach to address Council's plans for Auckland. The AT Board owns those plans as well. It is being put forward now because progress can only be made at any pace if we are clear on intent and have a robust and agreed way forward. Thank you for the opportunity to make those comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Wayne. On behalf of your board, thank you very much for that contribution. Jenny, I'm going to go back to you now, and you're going to introduce your staff that have been working on this with Auckland Council staff and the working group. So in your hands, Jenny.
Great, thank you. Okay, so today we have with us Chris Morgan, we have Ella, we have Courtney, and we have Harriet. And on screen also we have Ben and John, as well as Wayne. So they're all available to answer all the questions that we know are going to flow. But I'll introduce or invite Courtney now to take you through the presentation to talk about the guts of the topic. Thanks.
Thanks, Jenny, and kia ora koutou. Just try and... flick the slides. If we can just go to slide 3. Go. Wonderful. So I just thought before we delve into the detail, it's good to take a bit of a step back and look at the big why we invest in cycling for our city. And I mean, the truth is that how we design our transport system does have implications for the livability of our city. And I'm sure we all want to be progressing towards a tamaki makaurau that we want to live in. You can see here with the icons, there's a few key things drawn out where cycling can play a big role in supporting kind of our ultimate aspirations for our city. Many of these have been touched on today by other speakers, but I'll just pick out a few. So safety is obviously a huge one. We know that people on bikes and on micromobility are overrepresented in our deaths and serious injuries on our network, and we really need to invest to address that. Independent travel for children, you know, kids being able to move around on the network without parents fearing for their well-being is really important. And a city designed for children is a city that's great for everyone. Emissions reduction, we know we've got big aspirations into Te Aroha Tāwhiri, and we need to start moving towards that more quickly in terms of addressing how cycling can play a role in reducing emissions. Providing access to public transport opportunities and health. The health of our people, physical inactivity is one of the leading causes of avoidable death in Auckland, and designing our transport system so people travel more actively can support moving towards that. What you'll see today in the PBC kind of detail touches on something Jenny has just referenced. The 56% of people would cycle if they felt safe to do so. So we know that the biggest barrier to people not cycling in Auckland is the lack of a safe and connected network, and that's where the bulk of our funding is proposed to go. But we also know we have other barriers, and so we need to support that. So there is also some funding allocated to customer growth initiatives, things like supporting cycle skills training, access to bikes, marketing and promotion so people know where they can actually access safe routes to ride. Right, so where does the PBC fit in? You may be aware of Future Connect, our plan that sets out our strategic networks for Auckland, and we have a cycle and micromobility strategic network within that. That's set out on the left. That's a network that covers all of Auckland, and it's where we think investing in cycling is most important and where we anticipate the greatest numbers of trips. Now, we don't have that on the ground at the moment, but it is our kind of longer term vision to work towards. What the PBC is doing is trying to understand, of those routes we have on that network, where do we invest first to get the best out of the 306 million we currently have, and then working and using a prioritisation process that sets us in the direction of how we will invest any further funding that may arise, and the Climate Action Targeted Rate is one example of something that may come through. In addition to this PBC, we do have the wider Regional Land Transport Plan that does include investment for cycling, and not insignificant. There's about 165 kilometres of cycleways that would be delivered through other projects and programs within that. And yeah, as has already been said by Jenny, the PBC is more than just a strategic network. That's obviously the bulk of the funding, but there are these policy recommendations in there as well for further investigation. So why now? We do have a PBC from 2017, but there have been a lot of lessons learned since then, and some key changes in the strategic context. Big ones being Auckland signing up to Vision Zero, reduction of death and serious injuries on our network to zero by 2050. And also Te Taru Kia Tawhiri, Auckland's climate plan, which sets an aspiration of 7% mode share by distance for cycling by 2030. So that's why we are re-looking at this, and how we will measure success following our investment is obviously reduction in death and serious injuries, contributing to that regional mode share, also a connected network that provides access to opportunities so people can actually get where they want to go safely by bike, and accelerating delivery. And that touches on our lessons learned. We have heard from councillors, we have heard from the public that we need to reduce the costs of building our cycleways, and also we know we need to accelerate that delivery to hit our 2030 targets. That's not far away. We've done quite a deep dive into our urban cycleways program and pulled out a lot of lessons learned, and they're sort of themed on the screen here, but the big one is road space reallocation. We know from examples in Auckland, in New Zealand, and also internationally, if we really want to roll out our network as quickly as we need to, road space reallocation is a really critical part of that. As soon as we start shifting curbs, we're shifting stormwater, we're shifting services, we're shifting street lights, street trees, and the costs really start to ramp up. And so that's why we're trying to make the best use of our existing assets and find a way to do this within existing road space. And we've taken a look at our design standards to enable that as well. Right, so this slide is probably one of the most critical slides in the pack. As Jenny has said, we really want your endorsement of our prioritisation approach and the direction of travel, and this slide really sums that up. We have indicated a priority indicative list of corridors for investment. However, we do know that over time there will be opportunities that come up and things will change. So this is how we would look to pivot if necessary, and how we have identified those corridors in the program. So there are 4 key things, and we've scored routes against these to understand which one's the highest priority. The first one, connectivity. We know that we need to build a connected network, not just isolated pieces of infrastructure in different parts of the city. Multiple connection types, so we're really looking to maximise routes where we can maximise the number of people that are going to use them, and we've done that through looking at routes where there are multiple different opportunities you can access along that route. So employment opportunities, schools and education, rapid transit stations, metropolitan and town centres. Potential cost of delivery, as I said, road space reallocation is a huge opportunity for Auckland to accelerate the delivery of the program and reduce costs. So we've identified corridors and scored them higher if there's an opportunity to reallocate road space. And then, of course, safety. Safety is really important. We've looked at where are our highest active modes risk corridors in Auckland, and those have also been scored higher within the process. So when we put all of that together, the indicative program that comes out is shown on the map on the right. This map actually shows a $1 billion program. So maybe a little hard to see, but the darker green links are the 306 program, and then the lighter green is the one what you get if you get up to 1 billion in terms of funding. We've done this because we know that to get to that 7% mode share by distance target set out in Te Tauru Kia Tawhiri, we need to go beyond the 306 million we currently have, and we are showing Council a pathway to get there through additional investment as well as those supporting policy recommendations for further consideration and customer growth initiatives. What you can see on the right-hand side is that we really don't get diminishing returns as we move through those different levels of investment. So it's really good value for money, but we do need more than we currently have if we're going to hit those climate emissions reduction targets. Thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Courtney. I'll probably go back to you, Jenny.
I think that sums up what we want to say. We've outlined, hopefully you've got a sense now of the prioritisation approach, the areas of focus, how it might play out, the idea that it's giving us a pathway. It shows you what we can spend our current funding in the RTP on, and it shows you if we had some more money, where we would go in terms of the priorities and the best way to roll the network out to achieve the goals that you're wanting us to achieve. So we'll probably stop there, Chair, and open up for questions through you.
Okay. Look, so if we could put this in maybe a couple of sentences, the intent and the direction of travel is in favour of addressing emissions, the big strategic wins that are achieved there, and addressing Vision Zero, and with a dramatic reduction, some 40% by 2031 in deaths and serious injuries of cyclists. And then if we look at the delivery side, the big focus is on supporting our young people to get to schools, supporting all Aucklanders to get to rapid transit stops, rail and busway, and getting people into the magnets of the big 10 metropolitan centres. Would that be, if I distill it down, if we can distill it down to what the thrust of this is, does that sort of capture what we're being asked to sign off on today?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to some questions then. Councillor Sayers, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the presenters for their informative report. A couple of questions. One, Mr. Chair, if I could direct this to the AT board members, just I take it that they would be on top of the government announcement of spending, I think it's close to 90 million on getting people licenses that they can drive to work. So if they wanted to make any comment about how that complements or could possibly conflict with this strategy, I'd be interested on their thoughts. And my other question, Chair, I only had two, is could there be unintended consequences by encouraging more cycling and therefore less people using our investment into public transport services such as buses and ferries? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, look, it's probably an unrelated question about the driver's licence package that government announced, but I'm very happy if Wayne is willing, Wayne Donnelly, our Deputy Chair, that might want to address that. And then the second question I'll hand back to Jenny and her staff on how the investment in cycling fits and possibly supports the patronage of public transport. Wayne, I don't really want to put you on the spot here, and I don't even know whether you're over the top of the government announcement, Wayne, because it's really outside the gambit of Auckland Transport. But did you want to comment on that, Wayne?
Well, I just I used to be Chief Executive of Land Transport Safety Authority, so it's a subject I know about it. I think, well, my read is the thrust here of the government is to get people who are driving properly licensed and properly trained. And that's all part of making the roads safer for everyone else that those people are using. And certainly there's been an increase in unlicensed driving in New Zealand. So I think as part of an overall system, people using these vehicles that can harm the people we're talking about, like pedestrians and cyclists, so that they're well trained and properly licensed, I think it's not a bad move.
Thank you, Wayne. And now the second part to Councillor Sayers' question is the interface between the expenditure on cycling and how that might support or otherwise patronage of the public transport network.
Yeah, and I think we'll hand over to Courtney to address that one. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see through our prioritisation process, we've really designed this program around supporting public transport. Public transport and cycling, there are some trips that they both support, but cycling tends to support more shorter to medium distance trips, and you need to be able to access public transport to use it. So we're really looking for cycling, micromobility and walking to support that first last mile, and that is something that's been a key underpinning feature of the process.
Thank you, Courtney. Back to you, Councillor Sayers.
Very good, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman, your call.
Thank you, Chair. I had a number of questions for officers, but I wanted to ask Wayne a question. Wayne, you referred to if this is not back, this becomes the orphan. These projects will become the orphans. I want to ask you if this project were to be backed in an opportunity cost context, who will be the orphans? I have read the report of the Road Controlling Authority Committee, 31st of March, talking about the unanticipated cost increases and project delays, putting pressure on the delivery of the RLTP, as well as the other matters that are going to significantly constrain Auckland transport moving forward, which I have no doubt will flow into Auckland Council's budget. And I would expect even more projects will need to be prioritised, including projects in my ward, which end up not being pushed ahead, even though they are required. They seem to become the orphans. So what is the opportunity cost of backing this? What projects would become the orphans in your view? That's the first question.
Yeah, I think we're all very aware of that escalation inflation is going to mean our current funding will do less than we had hoped for. My reference to orphans was really that council has proposed to the ratepayer that through a targeted fund that certain things would get funded to help with climate change issues that wouldn't otherwise be addressed. And the point I was making is that if we don't increase the program that's of activity in the space that is proposed in the program business case, then those investments will tend to be rather isolated and not backed up with overall network improvements, because it is the creation of connected networks that actually makes the big difference. It's not isolated projects. That was really my point.
I got I asked for the business case. I was told no, and then it came through an email late last night. On page 68 of the business case, the emissions reduction talks about the forecast reduction in CO2 emission tonnes. So RLTP plus planned at 306 million is a reduction of 12,000 tonnes, and then planned if there's the investment goes up to goes from, if we had another 1.7 billion on top of that, it goes up to 30,000 tonnes. Is that an accurate summation of what you think the benefit would be in emissions reduction if we go to a $2 billion investment? 30,000 tonnes, is that it?
I'll defer to Jenny on that one.
We'll go Jenny, sorry. Yeah, Jenny.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to invite Ella to come into this this point. Do you want to cover that one? Thanks.
Ella. Not yet. There should be a button and the red light goes on. Maybe we could quickly swap the mics.
Great, thank you for the question. So we have followed the Waka Kotahi benefits realisation process to quantify our emissions reduction. One thing I would say is that is based on modelled cycle uptake figures, and our $300 million investment does represent a 5-fold increase in current cycle numbers, and that is then used to estimate emissions reduction. We do note that modelling only considers the impact of infrastructure investment and not the impact of wider policy and behaviour change, which we know need to be investigated further. So we do expect some of the modelling to be very conservative, and we also note that with further investment in that $2 billion scenario, we're looking at a 12-fold increase in cycle numbers, so a huge increase in cycling from today. Thanks.
Thank you,
Just
Alan.
to confirm, the huge increase is based on quite a low base number, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. It's current daily cycle numbers of 25,000 cyclists per day, and we anticipate a 5-fold increase with our current investment and a 12-fold increase under the $2 billion scenario.
One final question, if I may, Chair, just while I've got the floor. On page 80 of the business case, which I've been trying to read this morning, so the road space reallocation is bundling. You're looking at about 25 million a year from 26-27 for 3 years, then $35 million a year, 29-30, and then $40 million a year in 30-31. 150 million in total. So is that why it's essential that we barrel on through with the parking strategy? Is that to basically are you trying to marry that up with that particular proposed funding to the allocation that you're assuming?
So through you, Chair, just a comment on the parking strategy. It's back to where Wayne was talking before. It's fundamentally all part of the same system. So the parking strategy's fundamental goal is to ensure we can use the curbside space for more users. So the importance of the parking strategy is to complement what we need to do in the cycling space. They do need to work together, and we do need to try and align them as much as we possibly can.
Yes, so just to confirm that the parking strategy gives effect to the overall approach that you wish to take, and then from 26-27 you're really looking to roll out big cash into the road space reallocation to align with that. Is that correct? Is that how this is working?
So on the first part of your question, the parking strategy, yes, is fundamental to giving effect to what we need to achieve. And the second part?
I'd say
the second part relates to the rollout of the funding and what, you know, is that I assume is to basically, it's the next stage of this exercise.
Yeah, in terms of the way that, I guess, the cash flow, we acknowledge that the sort of front end over the next few years, we really need to ramp up sort of the planning, investigation and design, and then the delivery really does start ramping up, as you've mentioned. I think regardless of the parking strategy, you know, we still to this day have delivered cycle projects that have used road space reallocation. I think the parking strategy certainly would make that process easier, but regardless, we have delivered projects and continue to look at road space reallocation where possible to deliver, as we've said, that more affordable and at a faster rate for those safe cycle facilities.
Thank you. Does that satisfy your questions, Councillor?
I have so many more questions if time allows later.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now go to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Cashmore.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much, Wayne, Jenny and team. A very interesting paper, interesting business case. Daniel asked one of my points was, okay, what has been dispossessed by this, but that's, I think, has been answered. The other question I have is there's been no talk about productivity gains and increases, and that's basically one of the chief funders of all of this is productivity movement upward rather than downward as we've been facing. So could someone cover off the productivity side, please, for me?
Who might have that in the knowledge bank?
Councillor Cashmore, by productivity, are you meaning productivity of the network for all users. Is that where you're going, or for freight, or for?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, so Jenny, this particular strategy is all part of a major, as Daniel said, it's part of a parking strategy, it's part of emissions reductions. It all must be aimed towards good environmental outcomes, good social outcomes, but also productivity lift in economic terms to help drive more endeavour and improve standard of livings and services. So is the productivity quotient being figured out for these combined programs?
Got you. Ella, want to go?
Yeah, I can start off and then I might hand over to Nerissa or Ben to just follow up. But when we calculate benefits for the cycle investment program, we see a large portion of those benefits are health, that those are monetized benefits, but also the reduction in congestion, so decongestion on the road network. So I think that does speak to the sort of wider benefits to a network that is more efficient. Nerissa or Ben, would you mind picking it up from there if there's anything you want to add?
Yes, certainly, I can add to that. So when we look at productivity on a corridor, we're looking at moving more people and freight, and certainly, as alluded to previously, the parking strategy, reallocating that curbside space towards public transport and cycling use helps improve that productivity of a corridor. And so the cycling and micromobility PBC would be looking at making effective that and improving the productivity by moving more people with that space, that reallocated space. It's just one piece of that puzzle. I don't know if Ben wanted to add anything to that one.
Ben, do you have anything to add?
I would just, sorry.
In your hands, Ben.
I would just say that it's extremely difficult to quantify for the business case the wider impacts on the Auckland economy. But there is good New Zealand and international research that shows benefits to small business owners along corridors where there's been heavy investment in not just cycling facilities, but urban amenity as well. And this business case will support that.
All right, great. I look forward to seeing the detail on that in the business case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The next question is from Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Karen Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora tātou to our presenters here today. I have listened, Jenny, thank you, to the 63% of Aucklanders generally that have inputted into this. My question, and I'll just move on to the comment, my question is, of those, what percentages are Māori? And I'll wait for that answer in the first instance because my questions follow from that, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Thank you. Who might take that?
I think make it just a comment. So it's a good question, thank you. I haven't got the breakdown immediately in front of me, so we can make a commitment to provide that as soon as we can. The research is fairly recent, so I'll make an effort to get that for us. Apologies.
Okay. Thank you, Jenny. So if I was to look through the report, I guess my concern would be what is the reflection, therefore, of mana whenua and specifically Mātāwaka in terms of what is quite a significant project, bearing in mind there isn't any necessarily from my MSB, there isn't any necessarily from the Tāmaki Makaurau Mana Whenua Forum, and there isn't a forum that has been touched on by way of Mātāwaka. Can you assist, please?
All right, I might, through you, Chair, I might invite John to make some comments on that one. John?
Thank you. Yeah. So typically AT doesn't actually do general consultation with program business cases, which are essentially a funding case to seek Wakatahi dollars. So therefore, rightly or wrongly, we also don't engage with Mātāwaka for program business cases. However, I think it's as outlined in the report and also outlined in February 2021 with our suggestion to engage through the AT mana whenua operational tables. So a mana whenua reference group was established for that, and they were taken through this business case process. And I would say that the key feedback from them overwhelmingly was we need to sell the story of cycling, the why, and AT is doing some work on that. I would just add that at the next stage of cycling projects, so the investigation stages, design stages, and it's the case with Manukau and Mangere East projects, engagement is taking place with mana whenua there, and the feedback there is more broad around things such as stormwater treatment, planting, and including the cultural narrative into design.
Thank you. If I can continue on, I only have one other or two questions. Thank you for that answer. I guess the difficulty in engaging solely with those that are an operational level, you're assigning yourself to a design phase as opposed to the wider concepts that you'd expect in terms of Auckland cycling and micro mobility program business case. It requires that governance overview because it's committing the iwi. I would say that, and that the approach needs to be escalated in that manner, but specifically Mātauraka, where they form 80% of Māori here in Tāmaki Makaurau. The fact there isn't any doesn't mean you don't do any. I understand that it's a business case, but it has huge impact and significance as it does in terms of the parking strategy, TERP and the like. And I would hope to see some more cogent attempts in involving and engaging in an appropriate manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson. And I will now take the question of Councillor Hills, please.
Good, and thank you, Chair.
You're a bit faint, Councillor Hills.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Not really. Can we come back to you, and if you could adjust your output mic?
Nothing has changed from
now you are clear. You're clear now.
Okay. Maybe it's the window. Hang on. Are you still there?
We are here still.
Apologies. Just a question. There's been a bit of misinformation around what this is approving. Essentially, there's no extra budget today. We are talking about the 306 million, which we've already unanimously approved through the RLTP. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, that is. Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, go on.
That is correct. This is not a request for additional funding. This is a request for your endorsement to the prioritisation, the areas of focus that were outlined, the way we would approach reaching your targets, both with the money we have and with the money that might come.
Yeah, so essentially the 2 billion figure that is bandied around is essentially like we have with all our roading projects and public transports too. We have a above the line and below the line. And this is essentially having projects ready and waiting when other funding becomes available. Is that correct? Such as from government, if they decided, like previous governments have, to put money into this.
That's correct, Councillor, through you, Chair. The team's worked out where to best spend the money we've got now, and where we can get the best benefit and the best bang for buck in terms of what else is going on, and then where we could spend it later if more money came.
And as a percentage, approximately, what is the 306 of the RLTP? 306 million.
It's about 1% of the total RLTP over the 10-year time frame.
Thank you.
Yep.
The other question on the BCR, and it may be to something the Deputy Mayor was saying, the BCR says it's, I've lost the figure now, but I think it's 2.5 to 3.4. So could you, if someone could go into a bit more of exactly what that measures, and so with that, are you saying that for every dollar spent, the economic benefit to the city is 2 to 3 times that dollar?
Thanks, Councillor. I might defer to Narissa for that one. Narissa, can you pick that up?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you're correct. For every dollar spent, it's a 2 to 3 times return with that sort of benefit cost ratio. Most of those benefits are health benefits when we look at cycling. It's quite a substantial benefit. As Ella alluded to previously, there's also what we call decongestion benefits. So people switching modes out of cars and onto bikes and micromobility devices. And there's a few other benefits like safety benefits as well, which we monetize.
Thank you. And I have a 2010 study, which probably needs to be updated, showing that death and serious injuries from cycling is a cost of about $800 million a year. Do you have an updated figure now of or anything of what the cost of deaths and serious injuries from cycling and pedestrians costs?
Another great question.
I don't have a,
oh, sorry, Narissa, go for it.
I was just going to say, I don't have a regional cost. What I can say is each death, it does cost millions of dollars when we monetize that sort of effect on society.
Thank you. And the 7%, the achieving 7% cycling mode share, that is not an AT figure. That is the request that's come unanimously from the governors around our table, hasn't it? Through Tariki Atawhiri. That's not.
Yep. I'm sorry, Councillor. Absolutely. That is from the Auckland Climate Action Plan.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just pick up on that economic cost? There's in that BCR that you're referring to, Narissa, there's a lot of that is weighted in the health area. So what Councillor Hills was referring to was something we heard on RNZ yesterday, and I'd be really welcome a summary of that research that Auckland Transport holds, because it did reveal a lot that I did not know. In addition to that economic cost, year in, year out, of some $800 million, there was mention also of the DHBs, the account of the number of injuries that are coming their way, serious and others, that appear to be undercounted in our understanding of the injuries that are on the road to vulnerable road users, and in this case cyclists, by a factor of 6, not 2, not 3, but 6, which suggests that we need to pay even keener attention. I'm just interested in what that research, and I'm not sure whether the staff before us are over the top of this research, but it struck me that we have got a bigger problem than we ever thought we had. If the DHBs are correct, and I don't doubt they are.
Thanks, Councillor Darby. Yes, you're correct. It is quite shocking information. That has been led through our safety department at AT. It's a sort of a study on people outside of the vehicle and safety risk. And you're right, the Ministry of Health data, when we look at people who are either killed or are admitted to hospital for at least overnight stays, so there's really serious injuries, what we're seeing reported through New Zealand Police, which is what we normally use in transport in terms of crashes, is under-reporting by about 6 times for people on bikes and micro-mobility. So it is quite shocking, and it does mean we have a bigger problem than we thought. So anything we can do in terms of building the safe infrastructure is really important. We do have a study, the Cycle Safety Panel report from 2014, which I think was after a coroner inquest into cycling safety, which the key recommendation that came out of that was that we really need to be building safe infrastructure for cycling, and that's really what we're trying to do and accelerate through this PBC.
And if we were to be fully funded on this package, by 2031 we would reach, I think 40% of Aucklanders would be in 15-minute reach of the facilities and amenities they usually connect with. Is that correct?
Yes, so that's exactly what we're trying to do, is really build that connected network so people can connect from their homes via safe cycle facilities to those opportunities they're wanting to access. So that is one of the key investment objectives of the program.
And my third and final question is, the other piece of research that I saw was that in the past we've always sort of collected data on hotspots of deaths and serious injuries, and we've reacted. But the papers suggest that there's no pattern that deaths and serious injuries to vulnerable road users are occurring throughout the network. So does that suggest that even if we commit and find the funding for the full package here in the future, we are still a long way off addressing the ghastly risk that our vulnerable road users, in this case cyclists, face day in, day out.
Yes, I mean, I guess that's right. The $2 billion won't solve all of our problems. I mean, we obviously have other programs within AT. Our safety program is also looking at addressing that. It's not just this one package trying to do it all on its own. But $2 billion won't deliver our full strategic network in Future Connect. So, yeah, we do still have more to go after that, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker, your question.
Thanks. Just got a question first up, and it goes like this. How is it that such an important business case with so much public interest was only received by the councillors at 8:20 last night, and the members of the public haven't seen it either? Yet I understand that it was meant to come to us a month ago, so it has obviously been in existence. And apparently there's a working party of a number of councillors that I assume have seen it. So how come I only got it at 8:20 last night? Why is that?
Jenny, do you want to address that question of the Whakakatahi formatted business case, and also could you just expand on that and you know, the AT board, Wayne, you might like to participate. My sitting at the AT board, I don't see these full-blown Whakakatahi formatted business cases. But look, it's the councillor's question.
Yeah, it's a good question. Thank you, Councillor. I'll make a few comments. First up, the business case is, as I mentioned at the start, a very technical, 300 and something pages long, designed for accessing funding through Waka Kotahi and through their funding process. It is draft, it is a working document, it stays working right up to the point until Waka Kotahi has done an independent insurance process through it. And it gets approved by the Waka Kotahi board if we're to access the co-funding that NZTA through the NLTF provide. It's not a normal practice to provide the full business cases either to our own board or to the council. We instead make sure that all the information you need to make the decision that's in front of you is contained in the papers that you have in front of you to give you that confidence. So we did get some feedback that you did want to see the business case, so we've made it available, but we anticipate that the information you need is fully in the papers that you have in front of you, because the conversation we're looking for today is the prioritisation, the areas of focus and the intention of where we're heading with this. So it really is to reiterate that at the end of the day, it is with respect, it is the AT board's role to endorse that to the Waka Kotahi for funding. And the purpose of the business case is a funding application document. So that's really what I can say on that matter, Chair. But we have made it available because there's nothing commercially sensitive in it. So you do have it, but the information you should have in your papers.
Thank you.
Sure.
Get back to you,
I
Councillor.
understand that, and I did appreciate getting it at 8:20, and I will speak to your comments later. Just moving on to my questions. Around prioritisation, it would appear that the prioritisation and the spend is very much around a strategic network that is incredibly expensive per kilometre, against a background where the greatest percentage of trips and the easiest percentage of cycle trips that people make, and that's myself included, are trips to local centres, local destinations and the like. So around prioritisation, where is the funding for that? That is the local trip network.
Ella.
Great, thank you. That's a really great question. So you're right that we have used our strategic network because that does represent where we expect the most people to cycle, and it has been developed with the key origins and destinations in mind. So it is, when you do look at it on the map, it really does link residential areas to town centres, RTN stations, schools, for example. But you're completely right. There's a second layer that supports our strategic network, which is the supporting layer, which you can find on Future Connect. And we certainly, through this process, have set aside some funding for the more local connections. So in the map that was presented by Courtney, there's these sort of circles around areas, Mangere East, Manukau, New Lynn and Henderson being the 4 focus areas in our $306 million investment. And that's really saying that we appreciate that the strategic network is not dense enough. We need to look at some of those more local connections to make sure that communities can access their local shops, their local schools, but we're not going to specify right now what that looks like. We understand that we do need to work closely with community to confirm what the key areas of interest and the destinations are. So that will be worked through in the next stage business cases, but certainly we have thought about those local connections and they are part of our recommended $300 million package.
Sure, so just a supplementary question. Would it be fair to say that while the cost per kilometre of these strategic connections appears to be something of the order of 2 or 4 or 5 million, and I take that out of your report, but if I assume that the cost per kilometre of something local, which might simply require some enhancement, might be just of the order of thousands, so I'm talking about a quantum difference in terms of applicability. Have you done any analysis on that? Because I would suggest that that's where you get the bang for your buck. That's the integration with the school travel plans and so on that aren't going on the strategic work. They're going through the local parks, the walkways, the roads that aren't so busy, maybe even using footpaths that could be widened. So have you done the analysis around that that would mean we could get more people riding more often to more places?
Ella.
Great, thank you, Chair. Yeah, again, a really great question. I'd say we've generated our costs based on different facility types, and that's really driven by volume and speeds on the road. So we know that on local roads, if we could manage speed below 30 kilometres per hour and we could manage volumes below a certain threshold, there may be appropriate, that could be appropriate environments for people on bikes and cars to interact without the need for separated cycle facilities. However, our research suggests that actually on the large proportion of New Auckland roads, those thresholds aren't met, and so separation is required. But as I mentioned, the sort of focus areas that really look at those local streets, we are considering a full range of interventions, including things like speed management, traffic calming, just to name a few, again, to create safe cycle environments. You are right, the moment speed and volumes are high, you do need to separate people on bikes. That's regardless of it being on the strategic network or supporting network. It really is driven by those 2 factors. And just to re-emphasise, our strategic network, that is the network that does directly link our schools, our RTN stations, our town centres. They really do represent the routes where we expect the most people to cycle now and into the future.
Thank you, Ella. Any further questions, Councillor Walker?
Sure. The other question I've got is something I take an intensive interest in because I led out the climate plan originally of Council back under Len Brown. And I'm looking at table 7.4, which is dealing with the reduction in carbon emissions. And my question goes like this. Against a background where we've got a radical and dramatic shift to electric vehicles, it's been driven by Tesla, it's been driven by the present war in Ukraine. Things are accelerating to a degree never seen before. Are these figures correct? Because I'm assuming that they're based on cycle trips substituting for trips that might be by fossil emissions, when in point of fact, that may well not be the case. And even fossil emissions from buses and ferries will be less the case because we're shifting to an EV orientated environment, and even more so, I'd suggest, with bikes. So are those figures accurate? Have you done that modelling? Because it's at variance with what I'm familiar with. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and I'll take the final question to Jenny to answer.
Sounds very much like a modelling question, Narissa.
Narissa.
Yeah, I can answer that. So our modelling and economics team did account for transfer to more electric vehicles. So Waka Kotahi has an emissions tool that puts a value on emissions, and that does account for a change in fleet. And there's projections about how quickly the New Zealand fleet can be electrified, and that is built into those emissions calculations.
And just a supplementary question, does that also tie in with our need to reduce emissions under the Paris Agreement by 2050, by 2030, which I would suggest is actually substantially more than what you're suggesting, but is what we need to meet in the real world? So again, I go to the question, are these figures actually accurate?
Good, thank you. Well, that final question is it with Narissa or Ella?
Narissa, do you want to comment on that before we...
Yep, I can take that, and I might defer to Ben Smith as well. So my understanding is Waka Kotahi's emissions calculation is based on projection of how quickly the fleet will be electrified. I don't believe that necessarily is how quickly we'd like it to be electrified, but Ben may be able to provide some further insight into that.
Thank you, Narissa. So the projections are built on the Ministry of Transport's projections for car imports for turnover of the vehicle fleet, and it doesn't represent where we'd like to get to. It represents their best forecast of what the future looks like.
Thank you. And just at the back end of the councillor's question was mention of conversion to the electric bike fleet as well, which is outstripping sales of electric vehicles. That's taken into account as well. Ella?
Yeah.
Narissa? Yes, that's the answer. Thank you. That's enough. Thank you, councillor. We'll go to councillor Watson.
Yes, thanks. Can you hear me okay there?
We have you.
Yeah, okay. Just to follow on from the query that a number of councillors have raised now in respect of the process in terms of this report, especially given that we've heard that there's no reason why it couldn't have been available in reasonable time. I certainly haven't had a chance to read it. I'm not really that satisfied in terms of due diligence with the notion that what I need to know has been summarised for me. I do like to read these documents. So my first question really goes to our obligations under the Local Government and Meetings Act in terms of the requirement that agendas and all associated reports must be available for public inspection 2 working days prior to the meeting. So my first question is, have we met that obligation in terms of the report?
Who might take that question in terms of have we met our Local Government Act obligations?
I can take
that. Kalinda Iswar will take that question. Thank you, councillor.
And thank you, Councillor Watson. So the Local Government and Official Information Meetings Act requires that we notify publicly the items that are going to be discussed, and so this was previously notified for the 31st of March meeting. Having run out of time, the committee delayed it to this meeting. However, from what I understand of what that the committee is not actually being asked to endorse the draft business case. They are being asked to endorse the strategic alignment and the prioritisation. So that has actually been notified fully in the agenda paper and attachments. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a further question, councillor?
So, no, following up on that, we're actually being asked to endorse the direction and intent of that business case. So I would say it's rather a moot point to be drawing a distinction between what's been given by way of explanation and suggesting almost as if the ability to access that business case in a timely manner is somehow irrelevant. I don't believe that at all, and particularly given the public interest nature of this item. So that's a question I have, Mr. Chair. It hasn't really been addressed satisfactorily in my view. There's 106 pages in the first document and 4 appendices going to risk and all manner of economic benefits and other analyses. So I don't know how I can vote on the direction and intent of that business case without addressing the content of that report as it eventually came through, and which was unbeknownst to me as it happened yesterday evening. So I'm putting that on the record. Other people have put it on the record. I don't think it's good process for a matter especially like this that has a degree of public interest about it. And the explanations that have been given thus far really, I don't think are what we would expect in fulfilling our obligation as councillors in terms of when it comes to a budget of $306 million. So I make that point. You obviously have little intention of really altering the course of today as a consequence of that. So I'll go to my question then, but that will affect my vote. I'm not going to vote for something that I haven't done my own due diligence on for such a large sum of money. So I'll make that clear at the start. My question, and it goes to the broader intent of this cycling and micro mobility program. We have had international examples mentioned to us in passing in terms of mode share when it comes to cycling. Our mode share when it goes to distance travels is 0.4%, half a percent. When we go to this program that's been put together for our approval today, have we taken into account international examples such as exists in Tokyo, where there's a 14% mode share by contrast, and where that cycling program or network, whatever you like to use to describe it, has been put together largely utilising the existing sidewalk capacity or pavement capacity, as we call it. Are we aware of that situation in Tokyo, which I assume we are? And B, have we, in any of our policy or any of our financial analyses here, considered how we might emulate the Tokyo example, which incidentally has only about 10 kilometres of distinct separated cycleways, as a way of boosting that mode share?
Thanks, Councillor. Your question will be addressed by Ella.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, we certainly have looked at international examples, and that very much has shaped the list of all the possible interventions we could do to deliver a safe cycle network. Through that, it was really clear that, as you mentioned, utilising existing assets is the key to delivering an affordable and accelerated cycle network. And so that really did underpin our prioritisation approach. You certainly did, mention sidewalks and footpaths. I mean, in Auckland, we are so constrained by the footpath berm. That's sort of a separate walking program business case to be looked at, but certainly it's the opportunity within the carriageway to provide that direct facility, and that is where looking at repurposing, in some instances car parking, in some instances flush median space, in some instances narrowing general traffic lanes, and that is what we see overseas, and that really is the key behind this sort of accelerated and more affordable rollout of our cycle network. I'll just pass over to Jenny.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, Jenny, to complete.
If I may, Chair, through you, just respond to the earlier question that Councillor had to extend on Kalinda's comment about the business case. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
So just to add to Kalinda's commentary, if we were asking you to approve funding today, I could understand the need to see the business case. This today is not about approving funding. The funding has already been approved through your LTP and through your through our LTP process. It's already in the LTP for the next 10 years. So today is not about approving funding. Today is about saying, here's how we can spend that money in terms of the prioritisation approach, and that's what's outlined in the paper, just to give you some comfort around the need or not really for the business case in full.
Well, it amounts to the direction and intent of that funding. That's the wording that we're endorsing. So that was the point I was making, not whether the funding had been approved or not. The way that money is being used.
Okay, Councillor Coombe, your call, please.
Thanks, Chair. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the AT team and all the presenters, and tēnā koe, Wayne. It's always good when you're able to join us at a meeting. I think there have been the questions around what we're actually here today to do, but I feel as a member of the political reference group, I should just add to that clarification, because it's almost like we've gone off on a bit of a red herring about the business case. And so just to really 100% clarify, us as the political reference group, we're being asked to give direction and to, excuse me, give feedback around the we've got $306 million in the RLTP. How should it be prioritised? I mean, I think that was just the essence of what we were doing through that process. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Councillor. Thanks.
That's a nod. Affirmative.
Also, I mean, I think it's also important to note that through, as the political reference group, we weren't provided with a copy of the business case. We're never expecting it to be presented as a draft or for it to come to this committee. And I'm not aware of any decision making where governors go pick through a business case for a particular project. Maybe that's a question for you, Chair, around the fact that that would be very irregular for a governance committee to receive a business case.
Look, I did once ask at the AT board for the business case. It was summarised in a paper for the decision making of the board. And I was told, do you really want to read that? That runs to 1,048 pages. And that's why our executive teams are charged with a responsibility to distill the essence of the business case down into reports that we can understand and get a clear understanding of the direction and the intent. And I think that is well summarised in this report. And Councillor, I just want to add that we are a month and more from the publication of this report, and it was only yesterday there was a request for the full business case. So look, and every member can ask those questions, and we've satisfied that question by providing it, but I understand this business case is not 1,048 pages, but it's well north of 300. But it's available for you to read, but I'm happy that the executive team, the authors and the authorisers have made sure that we've got all the information before us to sign off on the recommendations that have been amended here today.
Thank you. And I mean, want this to be a sidetrack because I do have more substantial questions, but I thought that was important to clarify that as a member of the political working group. And also I do acknowledge that it's probably not helpful that the opening line of the report does say that we're being asked to endorse the business case. And then of course the body of the report goes on to explain that that's not actually the case. So perhaps maybe all members of the committee we can focus on what we're really being asked to do. And in terms of that, the $306 million that is in the RLTP, can it be confirmed what years of the RLTP that is?
Who has that question, Ella?
Thanks, Councillor Coombe. Yeah, I mean, we can confirm that that money is allocated on a year-by-year basis from 2021 to 2031. It is heavily weighted more for the delivery of these facilities we've recommended following the completion of the Urban Cycleways program in 2024. So the initial funding is around about that sort of 5 to 6 million per year, really for the planning, investigation and design phases of those business cases, 3 in which are currently underway. The Mangere East, Manukau and Henderson single stage business cases are in that planning and design phase.
So we're talking to the middle of the RLTP, so we're not even going to get round to spending this 306 million. We could be doing business cases for the next 3 years essentially before anything's actually spent on infrastructure.
Yes, the money's certainly being spent on the planning and design initially, but we do anticipate some trials in those 3 areas I mentioned that could well kick off in the next year or two. So certainly we're trying to, we've aligned those business cases with the direction of this program business case to try and speed up that delivery and look at trialling facilities through some of those sort of innovating street style interventions.
And on that, of course, I think it's already been mentioned that AT is indicating that it's costing about 5 million per kilometre. Is there anything that needs to be highlighted that's being done to reduce that cost? Because that is a very significant cost per kilometre and not getting us very good bang for buck.
Courtney.
Thanks. So what we have been working through internally is what we've called a delivery scope memo. So we've been really trying to look in detail at what is included within the scope of our cycleways when we design and deliver them, and how we can really optimise that to get the most kilometres of safe and protected network with the money that we do have. So that effectively what we've done through that is we've said our design user, we do try to provide for all ages and abilities on our cycle network, but we really are targeting those least confident users. We need to provide protected facilities. However, potentially we don't need to make them quite so wide. So, you know, people have a protected space. It may just be slightly less comfortable and you can't pass someone else so easily within that. So we're also looking at really getting buy-in across the organisation for how we really hone that scope in to be delivering for cycling rather than a lot of other outcomes from that budget. We've seen that that's part of what throws our costs up in other projects. Yeah, those are the key things. So we are doing that work, and that is going to our board with the program business case later this month.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would be remiss if I didn't ask about that. This is, sorry, I'm just getting a feedback. Are we also is AT also looking at how renewals and current upgrades can be leveraged at every opportunity to deliver the network? And I do just have one final question after this, Chair, please.
Harriet Glenn. And welcome, Harriet. This is your first appearance before us, and we've poached you from London, I understand.
You have indeed. It's very good to be here. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Pippa, a top priority for us at the moment in the delivery space is aligning our cycle programme delivery with renewals and also bringing in the safety programmes as well. You may well be aware that we have kicked off an internal alignment programme to do just that. So we are in detail working through the 3-year forecasts and 3-year plus for the cycling to ensure that we can make the most of aligning opportunities across Auckland.
Kia ora, Harriet, thank you for that. I can't see you, but good to know you're there. And just a final question, Chair, thank you.
Very final.
This goes to delivering a network, and we've heard how important that is. We previously had a target of delivering it by 2026. That was the old Auckland cycle network. It was in the Auckland plan of delivering the network by 2030. Where within the council whānau is the decision being made to deliver a complete network, and what is the goal? By what date are we now working towards?
Jenny.
So a comment on that. You're right, the PBC is based on your current targets around the 7% and the safety targets as well. I think the conversation about changing those targets or having something more ambitious is best done through the TERP work, which is the work that we're doing to look at how we can, what needs to happen, what needs to be true to reduce CO2 emissions to your the 64% reduction by 2030. So I think that's the right place for that kind of broader goal-based conversation. Councillor?
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koutou katoa, team. Look, I'm going to ask questions on one in the report around customer growth initiatives, but also questions on the Auckland Transport business case, which feeds into the agenda item, as the Chair said. So, in the executive summary, there's a section there on other barriers to cycling include personal security, trip chaining, cost and employment. Page 12, problem and objectives table. 14, cycle parking and customer growth initiatives such as, and you've listed them all there. And also in that particular one on page 14, approximately 7% of the funding is allocated to these initiatives. Is that 7% of the 306 million?
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, that's correct. 7%, which I think equates to 21 million of the 306 across.
It's just under 21.5. So that is allocated to those initiatives.
Yes.
Now, with this particular item we've got on our agenda, is that those initiatives and the reasons that have been outlined in the business case, are we doing anything around existing infrastructure? For example, Te Aramua Future Streets that was launched in 2016, and you mentioned Māngere East as one of the trial areas just a few minutes ago, and the connectivity with, for example, Mascot Avenue and some of the other walking and cycling initiatives. So around that, is that part of this 306, or is that part of some other funds around within Auckland Transport?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So the customer growth initiatives are really to support where we would invest in cycling as part of this program. But Māngere East, for example, that does fall into this $306 million program, and the team that are working through that business case are working with their community working group and have a program that includes things like setting up bike hubs and connecting into existing cycle facilities. So they really are looking at that network approach and how it's cycle infrastructure remains the biggest barrier to uptake, but we certainly know that things like cycle parking, skills training, bike hubs and access to bikes are critical, and that is certainly there to support that infrastructure investment. I don't know if Cliff's on the call to add anything more, or we could hold there for now.
Yeah, I look at the reason I'm asking is that the question again is, can you please let the two councillors at this stage anyway in the Manukau ward advised around that trial, because I've also been very supportive of the infrastructure that they're doing along Coronation Road towards the new old bridge, if I could put it that way, because it's around those initiatives of participation. So look, thank you so much, and Chair, I reserve my right to speak, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There was an invitation to hear from Cliff Wilton as well, who's on the call. Is Cliff clear on?
I am, yeah.
Thank you. Cliff, in your hands.
I can elaborate.
I can elaborate only slightly on Ella's response, which was pretty good. I think just to acknowledge that what's set out in this proposal is really around alignment in those investment areas. There is still there is already an existing program which takes a regional approach, and I think that's also identified in one of the I think item E on one of the lists. They're acknowledging that further OPEX is required to deliver some things that can't be capitalised against those capital works projects.
Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you, Cliff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. That draws us to the conclusion of questions, and I thank the Auckland Transport team. I also thank the Auckland Council Transport and Strategy Unit. I know Waka Kotahi have been involved as well, and a number of other agencies have been involved in the development of this business case, which is still dynamic and got a way to go. Jenny, would you like to close?
Sure. I just in closing, I'd like to thank you, particularly Councillor Darby and Councillor, for the media you've been doing for the last couple of weeks, Councillor Dalton. Appreciate your support, so thank you for that, and hopefully you've got enough information now.
We've all found it really easy to work with you. But now I'll go to the Deputy Chair of the Auckland Transport Board, Wayne Donnelly. Wayne. You're on mute, Wayne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and for the opportunity just to make one more comment. Been really good questions, and I think most of them have been well answered. I'm a little bit concerned that the business case itself is perhaps playing a bigger role than it should on this. Normally, council makes its own strategic plans, and they eventually flow through a whole lot of processes into the RLTP. And it's usually on the basis of what's in the RLTP that the Auckland Transport Board approves a business case to Waka Kotahi to try and secure the funds to deliver what's already in an agreed RLTP. What the board was concerned about was highly evident that given emission reduction, given what we're seeing in terms of death and serious injury to vulnerable road users on our networks, that we would soon need to go far further than what was in the RLTP. And so what we asked our staff to do was to run a process to say, well, if we took aim at what's in the climate plan, 7% mode share, what are the sorts of things we would need to do, and what would be the most efficient and approach to do that? And that's what they've done. And in doing that, they have prioritised access to schools, access to public transport, and access to main centres. And what we're asking for today is confirmation that that is the right approach. Because if we're going to secure more resources to do more, then we jointly with council have to take those arguments to all the processes I listed before that actually will result or not result in the resources we need. And the business case follows Waka Kotahi requirements. It's in detail, it's hugely detailed. And one of the reasons for sharing it with you was to take the mystery out of it and just to show the type of work that AT has to do to turn what's in the RLTP into reality. Because of urgency, the board asked them to go further. And what the business case has done is revealed there is a strong economic case to do more in this space. And we're looking for your agreement to use that analysis on the basis that we've prepared it to go further into those decision-making processes that will in time influence how much resources we get to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Wayne. That's the conclusion of the material that we've had from Auckland Transport. We thank you, and if you could kindly step back from the table now, and we'll enter the debate on the motions before us that have been amended and they've been moved by Councillor Dalton, and They are seconded as well by Councillor Coombe. And Councillor Dalton, would you like to lead the debate?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will. And a lot of what I wanted to say has been said, but I'm going to take my minutes of fame because I want to thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be on that panel. Being at the table, particularly for the PBC, and having the opportunity to speak to equity and having a voice to contributing towards the prioritisation that we've come up with here today, it influences a move to equitable outcomes, which is greatly appreciated by myself and I'm sure the communities and suburbs who feel the current inequity in this space. In fact, there are projects both in the PBC and within the Climate Action Targeted Rate for my ward that goes some way to addressing this inequity, so thank you for that. Where we sit at a regional level in this PBC is just another lever. It's another lever as we work towards our emission reduction targets. And again, it does not sit in isolation. It needs aspects of the parking strategy to be given effect for it to take effect as well. It also responds to the outcomes we will experience from the removal of, or we are experiencing perhaps already, from the removal of minimum parking standards and the MPSUD housing density and the Enabling Housing Supply Acts. But of course, a key driver of the intent and direction of the PBC is safety for cyclists. All over Tāmaki, who are overrepresented in the DSI for their mode of travel, and this PBC, as we've discussed, projects a deduction of 40% in DSI by 2030. There should be no argument against this, except to say 100% would be the preferred outcome, of course. So with the strategy prioritisation set and aligned with the direction provided by this committee in November to the parking strategy in terms of road corridor reallocation, the detailed timing and funding discussions can now proceed at an operational level after, of course, it's been endorsed by Auckland Transport and Waka Kotahi. So if we can lift our eyes out of the operational technical reports of today and look to setting strategic direction to achieve our 2030 goals for all of Tāmaki, we will be serving future generations well. I would like to touch on a couple of other important aspects of the proposed direction. They have been raised already, the direction and intent of the PBC. And the Chair of Bike Auckland and Councillor Cooper spoke to them earlier, and that is the focus on safe cycling around schools. There should be no argument that the safety of our kids getting to school on their bikes or scooters is paramount. The potential to reduce car travel to schools by enabling tamariki to ride or scooter provides multiple benefits ranging from health benefits, which has already been brought up today, to the emissions reductions, not to mention probably a bit less stress in the household as parents are trying to get their kids into cars. I know this would work well for my daughter, whose 9-year-old twins would happily scooter or ride to school if it were safe. There's been a couple of, I don't know if you'd call them red herrings, or a couple of surprises in Appendix A. Well, as we've said, we didn't see the detail on that, but the retrofitting of staff car parking for biking, I make an assumption that that means if there's spare car parking in the school, then let's retrofit that for the kids to put their bikes. That's how I think. Other people think we're going to take the car parks off the teachers. And that's the bit that gets the headline. Now, another assumption I would make is that that would be a case-by-case process, that a school would be looked at a point in time, and I can't imagine car parks being taken off teachers if they needed to, but I certainly support the reallocation so the kids can put their bikes in the school grounds once they can get there safely. Another priority that we spoke to, or that we decided on, is RTN access. And what I hear from people I speak with is that they would like to ride their bike more often, and they would if it were safe. And the business case has confirmed the primary barrier to road cycling is safety. So to provide safe, separated cycle lanes to our RTNs is another key part of the PBC. But fundamentally, as well, this direction, intent and direction, is the provision of choice, which is not currently available to those who want to cycle, scooter, or use any other forms of micromobility. The goal of achieving cycling mode share by 2030 is 7%. This does not remove cars from roads. It does not go anywhere close to moving people from cars to bikes, as the headlines suggest. It simply provides a safer choice for travel for those who want that choice, and they should have that choice. It's 1% of a $37 billion regional land transport plan. This isn't about riding to work or the rhetoric around empty cycle lanes that we hear about. That's a distraction to setting a strategy for the future. This is about safety for all cyclists, leisure cyclists, children, users of micromobility. So thank you again for this opportunity, Chris. I've really appreciated it, and to be able to contribute to what can be delivered more broadly as everyone in the suburbs, or not everyone, but people in the suburbs see the city centre gaining more than the suburbs. We get an opportunity for the suburbs to have a say, and I greatly value that. So I commend this case to councillors for their political support of these priorities, and I'd like to thank the teams of Auckland Council and Auckland Transport, who we can see have done an extraordinary amount of work and have all of these other work streams lined up alongside to deliver the outcomes that we need in 2030 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Sorry, Chair, I thought Councillor Watson and Walker were before me, but look, Chair, I just wanted to firstly put my support behind this particular agenda item, and also just to acknowledge the staff who left their nice cosy offices, even though they were all cramped, and came here on an electric bus, and you also did some walking. So look, I just wanted to acknowledge the staff and Auckland Transport, but Chair, for me, in 2011, February 2011, the minister then at the time was Stephen Joyce, and we opened together. I was obviously a newly elected councillor on the new Auckland Council, and we opened up 3.5 kilometres of walking and cycling at Margate Bridge. I would love to find out how much use it's getting, because I know on that particular day was actually quite a few of our community using it. And then we had the initiative Te Ara Mua, the Future Streets in Māngere, and that was launched by His Worship the Mayor, the Associate Minister at the time, and Le Maunga Lydia Sorsenia. And that particular launch, that was in 2017, when it was completed. There was an article in 2020 from Stuff magazine at that stage, Spin-Off, and those cycleways were not being used at all by our community. Mascot Avenue just was not being used 3 years later. That's why I asked the team around how can we end up with these initiatives getting more participation, because I would love to see our community using those paths, even the ones on Coronation Road, when I did a little video supporting Coronation Road heading down towards the old and new bridge that's been built now. This initiative, and it needed to be done, and so I acknowledge the people who around this particular table have approved the funding, Chair. For me as well, I ended up going through, and I wanted to mention Mr. T earlier on in the piece, because Mr. T and Bike Auckland, I want to acknowledge Tony and Bike Auckland, because they have been the catalyst, the connect with Mr. T, but also with the group, the Otara Bike Blurb that ended up coming through, and they're part of this. And, you know, just Bike Auckland, so Tony, to you, thank you so much for the work that you are doing with our communities. And Councillor Collins and myself know that please just keep us in the loop. We can be a conduit for Auckland Transport. We can be your conduit and get you to those communities, not only in Otara, but also to Mangere. And I know the people that sit around this table and online, they are also your conduits to that community link and Bike Auckland. So, look, thank you so much. Fully support. I'm not going to get into the argument about the business case because I know that all of us who had the opportunity read it. But I think one of the most positive things, Chair, and this is the last comment I'll make, one of the most positive things that I know is that that business case, that was the reason behind our agenda item today. The information that we have is sufficient and is enough for us to make that decision without the business case, because the agenda item was formed as a result of the business case. So to Councillors Dalton, Coombe, and to yourself, just want to acknowledge your work on the working group as well. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor Filipaina. I'll now take the call of the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, AT, and thank fellow councillors who've already spoken. Angela Dalton, I thought you spoke very well. To Wayne Donnelly, Deputy Chair of Auckland Transport, Wayne, your words summed it up very nicely. The business case is partly a distraction, although important for our decision making here. This is part of almost a revolution at Auckland Transport and in our city, but how we go about delivering things. You know, we have to decarbonise, and this work, this 306 million, and hopefully more in the future, helps inform that. You know, the parking strategy helps inform that. We get better health outcomes for our citizenry. We decarbonise, yes, but we also decongest, and it's important because it helps drive the economy forward. You know, I commend this work and I support it. A lot of people, my constituencies, won't. But if we don't do this, we will not be playing our part as a good world citizen or a good New Zealand citizen in decarbonising and help trying to meet our emission reduction targets on the world stage. And that will come with very dire consequences for us as a nation. So we must partake in doing things that sometimes are tough and unpalatable, but it's part of a revolutionary change to deliver a new and increasingly collective society that is not about individual people in cars, but individual people travelling in groups in public transport, on active modes, or on our rail network. And we need more of it, a lot more of it. This is part of delivery of that. So thank you for the work that the Working Party's done. Thank you to AT, Jenny, the team that you've led, and thank you for Auckland Council staff being involved. This is part, as I said last time, of a rope of intertwined strands that give it strength and give us a good, strong future going forward. So my appreciation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, just taking a moment to reflect on our work, Councillor Dalton and Councillor Coombe, with Louise Johnston from the Rodney Local Board and with Lydia Susuni, who have been fantastic contributors. And they haven't just advocated for their local boards, they've advocated for all the people of Auckland who have been missing out. This has been a good experience for me. It's been a long haul. I just want to reflect on the words of Tony Mitchell, the new Bike Auckland chair, and he talked about leadership. And I can't help but reflect on the need for leadership right now, and it's about the leaders around this table to sign off on this intent and direction. This intent and direction, it's on an investment and prioritisation plan. So we've got a template now in supporting these motions before us. And while there's never enough budget, we've actually got a plan now to build off and deliver on. So it's sign-off time and sign on for a number of key things. And the first key thing here is that it has embedded in it a commitment to reduce our transport emissions in Auckland. There's been a lot of discussion this week about coastal inundation. Let's put the two together. We can't have this conversation about coastal inundation in isolation of what we need to do to reduce that risk. And it's coming at us very fast. So we need to respond as a city and do our part. And on a global scale, it's a small part, but every city has to make this move. Every nation has to make this move. And it's challenging. And the second critical part is we have to reduce and eliminate the number of Aucklanders that are taking a cycle to work or their school from eliminate that risk of death and serious injury. There was mentioned earlier the word orphan, and I know the councillor that raised it was referring to something else, but it just sparked something in me, and that was those that are being orphaned, the kids of mums and dads and others that are being orphaned at the tragic rate of fatalities for cyclists in this city. And there have been 2 tragic deaths just in the last month or so. We've got to step up and sign on for eliminating that. And that is the second critical part of this plan. And then we have the focus in terms of delivery on our young people. And who is more deserving to actually have investment to make their journey to school safer, that they all come home safe, they enjoy their ride to school, and they have the same joy that I had as a school kid, and I rode every day for years to my intermediate school and my secondary school and home again and got there safely. We need to provide that for our young people. And then we come to focusing on improving, complementing the public transport network by that network of linkages to our bus stations on the Northern Busway, the Eastern Busway as it unfolds, and the rail network as it grows. So we complement the public transport network, and we then also connect up people to those big 10 anchor centres, the metropolitan centres, be it in Manukau or Takapuna or New Lynn or Westgate and the others. So that is the direction of travel that we're signing up to today. It's some of the statistics that I've learned, and I don't want to repeat and drown ourselves in the statistics, but we spend about $1 billion a year in Auckland through the period of this 10-year budget in capital expenditure at Auckland Transport, and about $1 billion approximately in operational expenditure. And this signals 306 and anticipates the need for extra spend. But it's significant numbers, but it pales in comparison to that overall spend of some $2 billion a year. We're coming off a low base, and we're seeing that in Auckland, compared with comparator cities in Europe, you are twice as likely, 200 to 400% more likely to not make it home on a cycle than in those cities that are a little ahead of us and quite a bit ahead of us in investing in cycle infrastructure. Our hospitalisation rates, we've learnt, are horrendously high, and we didn't know about it until we had this data coming through from our DHBs. So here's an ambitious plan. Let's be ambitious. Our people expect us to be ambitious in this space. We're going to multiply the number of people cycling by 2031 by 30 times through to 750,000 trips per day. That's an enormous number, but it's still not enough, even by 2031. And we're going to do that through 180 prioritised connections. Sitting within this high-level direction and intention are 180 prioritised connections. We've got a long way to go, though. This is just the beginning, and it is by no means the end. This is a big journey we're on, but we've got to take this journey by bike. And all the evidence in the world is this: if there's any one thing you can do as a city, is you get people biking. And we can be a Copenhagen in the South Pacific, and we can be in Amsterdam in the South Pacific. We can be a Barcelona or a Munich or a Berlin, and all these great cities have got people cycling, and there's a tremendous joy to be had in cycling. Councillor Walker.
Boy, that's a hard act to follow. But I will make some comments, and yes, I'm totally supportive of cycling. I'll just reflect first on the incredible lateness of the business case. This agenda item was originally around endorsing a business case that we weren't given until late last night. Not in compliance of the Act in terms of timeliness, and given the size and importance of it, I think that treats councillors and Aucklanders, because they hadn't seen it, very dismissively. All the more so because it featured on the front page of the Herald this morning, so there's clearly interest in it. So I would hope, Mr. Chair, that in the future, councillors are not treated this way. This information is not too difficult to understand, it's not too technical, and Aucklanders that are interested in cycling, I would suggest, would read it. But if I go on to my comments, and I indicated them in my questions, while I'm entirely supportive of funding cycling, I've got real concerns around the gold-plated approach that we continue to take and the real absence of cycling numbers on many cycleways that people see on a daily basis. And I would suggest that the comments that Councillor Watson makes that go to Tokyo and other cities that I've travelled, where you've got many more people cycling, but not necessarily on the gold-plated infrastructure that we're talking about, the behavioural change comes from a bottom-up approach. So my concern is that instead of prioritising cycleways at $5 million a kilometre, we have more emphasis on cycling at just the thousands of dollars per kilometre, if that in many cases. I also object to some of the content of this, and I object particularly to teachers losing their parking, because at this point, I know that there is a drain on teachers and we're sending entirely the wrong message out. Again, I have had inadequate time to go through this document because of the lateness in receiving it. And I would suggest Aucklanders would regard that sort of comment, for many of them, as abhorrent, because many teachers have to travel large distances against a background where they are unable to use public transport to get to their schools, and if they did not have parking spaces, they might not otherwise be able to teach. If I'm wrong around that, I stand corrected, but I would actually like some analysis to support that. Quite obviously, we have not had that, and I would suggest that analysis based on journey to work data from teachers probably doesn't exist, but I know it from first-hand experience. I'm also concerned that the information around the reduction in emissions is actually not accurate against a background where we need to electrify our cars. So again, without being able to drill down because of the time allowed, that's disappointing. I am supportive of cycling. I am supportive of having more people cycling more often, much faster than what we are presently doing, which is a snail's pace in terms of affecting the changes that we want. And I am hugely concerned that a huge bulk of time and effort is going into planning and design and further investigation, when much of it for many people stands out like a sore thumb in respect of what they see they need to cycle more safely in their communities. And that includes particularly far more funding and refreshing of travel plans, school travel plans that are a basic part of the network and have been sadly neglected. I say that again, sadly neglected of the schools that I know in my ward, and the travel plans that many of which are now decades old. So my dilemma, Mr. Chair, is that while I support the spending and I support cycling, I have a real concern around the bang for the buck that we're going to get for $2 billion, a real issue around that, and I have a real issue around endorsing this business plan, because I think we could be doing much better. So I don't know how you can accommodate that circumstance, Mr. Chair, but this agenda item places, I'd suggest, a number of councillors in a dilemma where we support the intent of cycling and the direction of cycling, but an issue around the funding and the way it is proposed to be done, which based on present experience is not delivering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now take the call of Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I can't or I won't be supporting the intent of this paper, and I won't be endorsing its direction setting by the recommendations that we have there up on the screen. I'm a bit like my colleague, Councillor Walker. I don't believe that the cycleways are well used. This prioritisation strategy is, I think, mistakenly creating a perfect storm in terms of removing on-street parking, and this in an environment of intensified housing, which have the allowance for those new houses to not have any off-street parking. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to take this opportunity to reflect on that $306 million decision in the RLTP, and the comment probably is for the ears of the Auckland Transport Board of Directors. It's also a chance to comment on voting in support of recommendation C1 and the appetite for $2 billion of funding. The way that I've heard and interpreted this paper is it's recommending to forcibly remove hundreds of car parks and numerous car lanes across Auckland and placing them with cycle lanes. And how do we all know this? It's all summed up in clause 26, which I quote, effective delivery of this program relies on the parking strategy to support the removal of roadside space, the potential removal of some flush mediums, and in some cases, general traffic lanes. Surely isn't today about an opportunity to question if the money would be far better directed into other areas of the RLTP, and my messaging around there is probably the maintenance and safety areas. And I'm going to take this opportunity to do just that. I'm a bit sick and tired of meeting and reading and seeing photos of old ladies tripping over broken footpaths, injuring themselves, breaking their bones, skinning their knees and their skin and receiving black eyes. So in terms of priorities, I'd rather see money directed into better maintenance. And I also am tired of seeing people breathing in microscopic particles into their lungs, particles, Mr. Chair, that the World Health Organization have classified as potentially carcinogenic because they're so small, from the dust off unsealed roads. In my door knocking experience over the last few weeks, Aucklanders are angry. They're angry that core maintenance services aren't being delivered by Auckland Transport, and that should be the forefront of future spending. We're being told that cycling has health benefits, but what about the health benefits for everybody else? Probably the last point, Mr. Chair, is given the budget constraints the Council currently faces, we should be maintaining what we already have, not building more cycleways that are not well used. You know, that ideology that if you build it, they will come, has proven itself to be a failed philosophy. In summary, Council spending needs to stay in step with the funds available. So my question, even though I understand this is an improved budget, and this is papers presenting its priorities, I believe it's a budget that needs reviewing by the Auckland Transport Board of Directors, especially with the latest knowledge, that the council's budget is stretched to heading towards $1 billion. So I'll be voting against this priority setting paper, but I am asking. But what I am asking for is for Auckland Transport to consider if this spending is still appropriate at their next board meeting, and I'd welcome any comment on that back from them. So that's my comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. I will now go to the comment of Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support cycling investment, and I'd like to think that everybody around the table did, and particularly increasing the ability for our young ones to get to school safely, as well as recreational cycling. But I do believe that in the current financial environment, it is premature to support any recommendation that notes a signal that council will need to fund an extra $2 billion, which by the way is a full year's rates take, for the Cycling Mobility Program business case, without having worked through the transport emissions reduction plan, the potential impacts of the climate targeted rate if it is indeed successful, AT's parking plan, not to mention the NPSUD rezoning, because that may in itself reduce the cost to council as developers may be required to fund infrastructure. And then all the other work around bus and school safety. So I say this in the context of council's financial position, as we have yet to finish working through even our annual budget. And to do this 5 months shy of an election, I think is just not the right time. I believe this is for a new mayor, because we're going to get one, and a new council, and a new RLTP. So I am getting a little bit frustrated at the 10-year vision that this council is trying to implement at this stage, when we're not in a 10-year cycle. So I'm struggling to support this. I'm sorry, and in some respects, I'm sorry you've changed the resolutions, because I could have voted for at least some of the last lot, but I'm sorry, I just can't do this at this time. There's a lot of information I don't have to support it, and I'm very worried about the financial implications. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now go to Councillor Newman.
Yeah. Chair, there's a number of those projects at $306 million, which are quite good. I don't care what others think about whether it's a red herring or not. It was me who wrote to officers on Tuesday requesting a copy of the business case. And it was me who received a call from Auckland Transport yesterday afternoon telling me that it was a technical document and it wasn't something that I was going to have provided to me. And it was a nice surprise that an email came through last night. And nobody should second guess my interest in information. I just like to have that information so that I can make my own informed judgment. I don't need anybody to speak for my motive or to try and interpret my views. I can give my views. Thank you, Chair. The issue is that when you start to read the assumptions contained in the business case, I just don't support many of those assumptions, because I mean, one of the things that was excluded from the scope of this was stormwater upgrades. Why? Because the focus is on road space reallocation, and therefore that is the premise by which we are looking at this program moving forward. There are some projects that are conceived for my ward that I will not support, and I'm more than happy to be held to account for that view of the matter. I am listening carefully to voters as I am door knocking in the streets and the communities around my ward every week, and I'm very comfortable with the conversation that is taking place. Chair, I think that the fundamental problem that we have here is not that we are going to get to a situation whereby if we don't endorse this, these projects are going to become the orphans. Wayne Donnelly is right. There will be some orphans. There are orphans emerging already. Go and read the Road Controlling Authority Committee report for the end of March. The red ink is all over the balance sheet. And what we will see is an increasing reprioritisation based on criteria, decarbonisation and mode shift. And I'll be going to the Board of Auckland Transport this month about the effects of that in relation to some of the sites in my ward. There is clearly a need for a better balance. I get the need for reducing the amount of carbon emissions, but frankly, I asked the question in relation to the table contained in the body of the business case around the forecast reduction in emissions, because I happen to think that a reduction of 30,000 tonnes of CO2 for $2 billion, I question whether that actually is worth $2 billion. I don't think that that's much at all. I think that that is literally farting against thunder, I'm sorry to say. I happen to think that there is a real need to focus on a balanced approach whereby we meet the needs of, yes, cyclists and pedestrians, which is why I support shared paths for cyclists and pedestrians, rather than necessarily the opening the Pandora's box of further reallocation of the existing road corridor. I want to see the existing lanes in the road corridor being used as incentives for people to carpool. I don't want to see road corridor paid for by motorists who are sitting in traffic and they are tired. Those motorists who have paid for that only to see that piece of real estate reallocated for a cycleway, for which I don't think the demand is there. Chair, here's another thing that I think that we are going to have to get ourselves on top of, and that is the details of the changing landscape of decision making, not just in relation to Auckland Council, because I have no doubt that there will be some changes forthcoming. The reality is that if you look at the objective evidence, we will have a government policy statement on land transport written and published by the Minister of Transport the next month or two. But I think that there's probably a 50-50 chance that in 16 months there'll be a brand new government, a new minister, and a very different set of criteria to inform the government policy statement on land transport. And my view is that if we are not prepared to consider a more balanced approach to this, then a balanced approach will be served up by a government which has a very different set of priorities to the current one. I don't think that the current government is going to be able to support the rollout of the funding to match the kind of aspirational spend up that is being proposed in this particular business case beyond the $306 million, because the money isn't there and the time for implementation will run out. So, Chair, I am disappointed because I can't vote to endorse the business case either. But thank you very much to the officers for their intent. But I don't support an approach whereby I sign up to the principles by which they become the basis for a complete reallocation of the funding away from projects that are necessary. Well, someone can give me another 30 seconds.
If we could wrap up,
please,
yes.
I'll move an increase of time.
No, look, if you could just wrap up, please, Councillor.
By way of which we reallocate existing money away from projects that need to be delivered for safety and amenity and to move freight, in favour of projects to reallocate precious road corridors for cycle benefits for which are not justified because of low patronage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now get our Mayor Philgoff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you to officials for all of the work that you've put into this, and I intend to support the recommendations, and I think the recommendations have been clarified and improved by the amendments that have been made to them. Look, I'm glad we got the business case. For those that want to dig into the detail. But frankly, without the business case, Mr. Chair, you've been very generous to us for this planning committee. We only had 212 pages to read, which I had to try to fit into when I got home from work last night at 8:30 and 10 o'clock this morning. It's good to have it there, but you don't have to have it there if you rely on the integrity of your officers to summarise it for you. That's what their job is. And if you want to go back and read it, that's great, but you don't have to rely on it to make a vote on this paper today. Secondly, just while I'm responding to what's been said earlier, Councillor Desley-Simpson and I both have a very close eye on spending because it's bloody difficult and there isn't enough money to go around. But I do note that actually we're not approving another 1.7 billion. We're noting that that's what it would take to achieve these particular objectives. So it's a noting item, so that's not a reason for me not to support this. I don't know where the 1.7 billion is going to come from, but I do know that we've got 306 million, and I do know that God and my colleagues willing, we'll have another 130 million from the targeted rate for climate action. Third point, just in response to what others have said, Councillor Newman ended up talking about safety. One of the reasons why I'm supporting this paper, it sets out goals, and I approve of the goals, and it sets out prioritisation of how you get the best bang for the buck, and I approve of that. And the first goal I approve of, Councillor Newman, is that one of safety. When 70% of our deaths and serious injuries are caused not to people in cars, but by people in cars to pedestrians, cyclists, and I'll put my hand up as a motorcyclist because that comes into that category as well. I know we've got to do better. And if we're talking about money, as I was a moment ago, there are not only the human pain and suffering and the loss of the families and the debility to those that are injured by motor vehicle accidents, but it does cost our economy hundreds of millions of dollars. So you've got to put safety at the top, and that's one of the top goals that we've seen from this strategy. Secondly, emissions reductions. I don't know, there's no point in sitting around this table and voting for we're going to cut transport emissions by 64% and then working out that you need about a 7%, an increase to 7% of all journeys by cycling and then not do anything about it. You can't just say, we'll do this and never give them the wherewithal to achieve what we're trying to achieve. So emissions reduction, it's critical that we get more people for whom it's suitable to travel by cycle. Next thing was travel for children. I did the work on this and found out that if parents didn't run their kids to school, that would cut our peak hour congestion in the morning by 15 to 20%. 15 to 20%. Then I thought back, it was only a couple of years ago when I was a kid going to school. I can't remember anybody being dropped off at school by their mum and dad. And I remember at secondary school we had a thing called bike sheds. They were famous for a whole variety of reasons. But you had bike sheds because so many of the kids rode to school by their bikes, as I did. Actually, I rode all the way from Alfriston to Papatoetoe High School. But today, I checked out the figures for number of kids go to secondary school who take their bikes. You know what it is? 3%. 3%, when it probably used to be 50, 60%. And we've got to do better than that. And this is back to the future, and it makes a whole lot of sense. Healthier people, access to public transport, they speak for themselves. Prioritisation strategy, if I just touch on that briefly. First thing, connected network. Yeah, look, there's a few people expressed, and I understand why there's cynicism about if you build it, will people come to it? If you build it properly, they will. But that requires joined up networks. Because if you're worried about safety, you're not going to say, hey, the first 2 kilometres I can travel safely by cycleway, and then I've got to navigate between crowded roads full with cars for the next 2. So connected networks, that's an important priority too. Routes that maximise the number of users. Well, that's so common sense I don't need to speak to it. 3, it's faster and cheaper if we can use existing road space. And we're talking about money here, and a couple of councillors talked about it was $2 to $4 million per kilometre. Well, actually, if you decide to reallocate some of your road space in a sensible way, where it makes sense, do it. It doesn't make sense everywhere, but where it makes sense, that's obviously the right thing to do. And I've already talked about the fourth priority of reducing deaths and serious injuries. Look, the challenge is we've got this 306 million plus maybe another 130 million to spend. We haven't got the 1.7 billion at this point, but we should have a strategy to ramp up when that money becomes available, either by advocating to central government or for some other reason. I will finish on just a small note of criticism. Teacher parking. Don't know who thought that idea up, but one, we don't have jurisdiction over it. Two, why would we single out one particular profession and say we're going to take away your parking? And three, why would you give a headline to a story that didn't set out what the context of this paper was by putting a silly idea like that in it? So I'm glad, Mr. Chairman, you've taken that out. The final point I want to make is, BCR ratios. The BCR, people who say, look, we're wasting your money here. The BCR ratios of 2 to 3% or even a bit higher than that are much better than a whole lot of other things that we're doing. So, Mr. Chairman, I endorse this report and I thank those that have contributed to it.
Thank you, Mayor Phil. Now go to the call of Councillor Collins, please.
Oh, kia ora, Chair, and thank you everyone for the discussion and the questions that have been asked earlier. Look, I'll begin by saying that I'll be supporting the recommendations. I firstly wanted to congratulate Councillor Dalton. I thought your interview on ZB a couple of days ago, actually yesterday, Councillor Dalton was very, very good, and I thought you handled the questions really well, and in that short, I think it was a 3-4 minute interview, I thought you gave some really clear and concise answers, and you speaking earlier in this debate outlined even further just how sure you are of this proposal, and you even spoke in the interview of some of the challenges of it too. And so I thank you for the very balanced view that you've taken here, Councillor. Sir, I just wanted, for me, this is an issue of safety, and I know there have been councillors who've commented this afternoon on getting around through the electorate. I know a lot of people are door knocking at the moment, and I can assure you that I've been doing quite a bit myself. I've got a slightly bigger challenge this time round. Last night I spoke at a Rotary Club and had quite a long conversation with some people who've been challenged by the idea of cycleways and their desire to be able to move a lot more freely in their cars. After the conversation was slightly prolonged, but we had the opportunity to talk. And once those challenges were raised and we started to have a wider conversation, I think the tone of the conversation went from being slightly angry and frustrated to being a little bit more understanding and empathic. And that's where I think we need to get. And there's a part of me that wonders why we often end up, there may be some elements to the way in which ideas have been presented around teacher parking, all that kind of stuff that pushes us to the extreme ends of an understanding, which is where we start our conversation. But it's important we try our best, similar to what happened last night in the conversation that I had at West Haven Marina, around how we meet and understand where everyone is coming from. So I wanted to say that the reason why I'll be supporting this particular recommendation is the focus on young people. Councillor Philippine has already talked about the infrastructure, the cycleway infrastructure in parts of Māngere, and we've seen that grow and develop in its use and uptake of those people in the community who are using it at the moment. Sure, there have been periods where it's been dry, but I think the challenge that we have there is an educational challenge, is the often reliance of people from more vulnerable, poorer communities to be so car dependent that it does take a while to get onto your bikes. But I'd love to see more of our young people on their bicycles or e-scooters getting to school safely. And so for me, this is an issue of safety. I was thinking back to comments I made about a year ago when I met families during the COVID lockdown period. I met families who were coming up to me saying, look, we've got the kids on their bikes. We're happy because no one's using the roads anymore. And we as a family feel safe for our kids to be able to cycle, to be able to scooter. And that's where we want to be. Well, I'm not saying we're going to close down all the roads. What I am saying is that it's important that people in these communities feel a sense of safety, and this is the priority. We've called this a priority setting document. Well, the priority is our safety. The priority is the health outcomes that come as part of the package when we've got more people in active modes of transport. The safest way for many of our kids to get to school at the moment here is the walking bus, because we know we've got adults, we know they're going to be together, but wouldn't it be wonderful if they were able to cycle to school and to be safe? And so that's why I think it's so important that this is the priority we set. We don't have all of this money, the $2 billion that's being bandied around. Yeah, we know that's going to be something we're going to have to work through, and that's not something we have immediately in front of us. But the priority is to set these kinds of active transport modes as a way in which the future of the city is going to look towards. So I understand that we often start this conversation at extreme ends, but we can come closer together. We can collapse the distance between those discussions if we just take a moment to breathe and think carefully about how this is going to benefit our young people in particular. And this is about choice. This is going to see, we've been told, 40% reduction in those serious accidents over the next, expected in the next 8 or 9 years. That's fantastic. There've been way too many deaths, way too many accidents for cyclists on our streets because it's just not safe, and we need safe infrastructure so that we can have people cycle safely and be healthy. So I'll be supporting this today, and I commend it, and I thank you that it's been brought to the table, and I commend those who've been able to participate in the discussions leading up to this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now take the comment of Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to follow Councillor Collins because, like him, I want to see a future. As the person who launched the walking bus, I was delighted to hear him speak in favour of it. And at one level, there is such an important element here about our young people and ensuring that they can attend school without their parents dropping them off. But can I put that aside for one moment and just take that in as assumption that I think everybody in this room or wherever they are on their virtual rooms support that. I don't think it's a case of goodies and baddies and villains and heroes on this. I think everybody wants that. What I'm angry about today is this has been a schmozzle, the way it's been put forward. I'd actually like to support it. But on the 31st of March, an important issue like that was put together along with the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, along with the car parking strategy. I can't even remember, somebody needs to remind me, we never got even halfway through that agenda. So we had a whole month that more information could have been put forward. I'm in the situation today where I'm appalled that councillors are being attacked for asking for more information, for asking to have business cases. I think the public assume, wrongly it seems, that we are not going to interrogate issues to make sure of the accountability and the financial viability. These are things that no councillor should ever have to apologise for asking for. So I'd like that to be treated somewhat more respectfully. And I'd like ways and processes whereby we can bring people together. There are lots of merits behind what is being proposed today. And you, more than anyone else, Mr. Chair, will know that going back a number of years when David Warburton was the CEO of Auckland Transport, I think at that stage I was the chair of parks, and we were constantly having local boards coming to us with requests for financial support for buying snippets of land across local board. And we realised in Auckland Transport that we needed to bring the Pathways project together. And you were part of that. So you know what the genesis of that has been. And what that was about was trying to bring everybody together. Now, currently we're operating in an environment of extreme distrust. If I just look at my own ward, the people of Mount Albert wouldn't trust anybody, or very few people would trust anybody after the fiasco that the Mount Albert upgrade was, and that's going to have to be revisited. But to say that, you know, oh, this is just a small technical matter and you know, it's in the RLTP already. Councillor Simpson's quite right to say this is not business as usual. We are in extremely unusual circumstances, and I think it's right and proper and will give a lot more confidence to those who are sceptical about investments in cycleways that we are giving due diligence to these issues and that it's being done thoroughly and comprehensively. I want to see more investments in cycleways, but I also want to see better process on council. I think the 31st of March should have been a lesson to us that these issues need to be given the amount of time and prioritisation in terms of debate that they justify. Lord only knows how many other issues that we can spend hours and hours of time on, but on these ones, it doesn't take much to realise that a planning committee meeting isn't going to be able to deal with 800 or 900 pages, as was the 31st of March. I can't even remember. It might have even been 1,000 pages of controversial matters. So I'm a bit annoyed today. I want to see the public coming together on these things. It's almost like there are some of us who don't want everyone to unite on these issues, that they just want to own the issue and somehow by way of virtue signaling they're going to be superior in some way than somebody else. I don't believe that. I think cycleways have been around for the last 20, 30 years. And like you, Mr. Chair, I cycled to school and I enjoyed cycling to school, and I want everybody to have that same opportunity. But we are not doing justice to this issue. I want to support it. I think Wayne Donnelly is one of the best directors we could possibly have, but he's been let down by our governance processes on the 31st of March and again today. And as such, I'm really struggling to think how I can support this because it's a schmozzle.
Thank you, Councillor. As Chair, I just need to address the question of attack. I have had nobody's raised with me any personal attack, and I'm not aware of any personalised response to any councillor. So just as your Chair, I want to clarify that. I'll go to the next speaker, Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Chair, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in support. And in doing that, I'm just reflecting on, I've been reading through the feedback on our annual budget, and we all know the headline for that 68% have said they support the climate action targeted rate, and that's pretty consistent across Auckland, across ethnicities, across age groups, across local board areas. There's really strong support for the climate action targeted rate. And in reading the comments, it's from all kinds of Aucklanders saying that they want to see action on climate, and in particular to be able to get around Auckland safely, walking, cycling, micromobility, or on a bike. At the same time, coincidentally, yesterday research was released saying that Auckland is one of the most unsafe places for pedestrians and cyclists compared to cities around the world. And we've got increasing deaths of vulnerable road users. And we know the way to address this is by providing safe, connected infrastructure. And this is for this benefits everybody. We've heard some headlines around that over 50% of Aucklanders would ride if they felt safe. Over 50% of Aucklanders own a bike. And I think it's always important in those conversations that this isn't, that it encompasses micromobility in all of its forms as well. And that includes people who get around using wheels, buggies, using micromobility, using scooters, mobility scooters, because they're all benefiting the more that we build a safe, connected network. So I would really love today that we were actually talking about that and talking about signing off on that network, and that politically we were showing our aspiration that we have in Te Taruki a Tawhiri to make mode share 7%, and that we really were aiming for that goal of delivering a network. Unfortunately, it has dropped away. It was the old Auckland Regional Council had a goal of delivering the network by 2026. It was in the original Auckland plan that we deliver it by 2030, I think. So here we are doing something very controversial, is that in a climate emergency, we're not actually talking about delivering a network, and we're not actually talking about the investment that we need to deliver it. And I do think in many ways, there's been a few headlines about outrage. The outrage really should be that all we're talking about today is what happens with the $306 million that's already in the RLTP, that's already been voted on, that's already in there. And it is, as we've heard in the questions, this is actually in the, I think it's in year 3, 4 that investment even happens. So all we're being asked today is around how that should be prioritised. And I would love to be hearing more feedback from members of the committee just around that prioritisation. We did go through a political reference group. It is there as a summary on the presentation. It's investment that's all outside of my ward, so I really listen to the local board members as well who are on that reference group about their feedback and the aspirations of their communities to invest. So I haven't heard a lot of pushback that we didn't get it right in terms of that prioritisation. So, I mean, it is a start, but what we know is it's really not enough, and we need to lift our game. But taking the fact that we have got this $306 million,
Councillor Kern, your connection is breaking.
Sorry, I'm breaking up.
Just carry on now.
Going?
Yes, you're clearer now.
Okay, I wasn't having a coughing fit, so hopefully I can keep going. So I was just talking about the $306 million and how we've got to get as much bang for buck as we possibly can. And I'm sure Councillor Newman is aware that it's not actually motorists that pay for the roads, it's actually all of us, ratepayers, taxpayers, and everybody, even if you're riding a bike, you're paying for the roads. So we've got to ensure that every renewal, every upgrade we take advantage of to deliver as much as we can of the strategic network, because we've got to get better value than $5 million per kilometre. So I'm pleased to hear that Auckland Transport are doing more there, but I think we've got to raise the ambition and really, really push with what we can do with renewals when we upgrade. I was pleased to hear some councillors talk about that we should take some inspiration from Tokyo. Well, in Tokyo, the reason why they don't have a lot of separated infrastructure is because they don't have any private storage of car parking on road, and they have 30k speed limits in all of their residential areas. So great to hear that councillors would support that. Also, just in terms of the evidence, I heard sort of some back to front views on that in terms of what the evidence shows, and I'd love to hear anything that's contrary to this. But if you look at the Northwestern Cycleway, that has increased patronage over 10 years as it's become more and more connected. It has over 400% increase in patronage as it has developed. So all of the research does show that if you build a connected infrastructure, and I will just wrap up now, if I may, Chair, because I do just want to end with some final comments in terms of being part of the political reference group, and I do acknowledge everybody who was on that, and I particularly just want to acknowledge Angela. She made a great introduction to this, moving this motion, really highlighted the benefits, and there are just so many benefits for all of Auckland, so thank you, Angela. And what I really admire about you too is that you look at the evidence. You're someone that comes to everything really in a really considered way. So if members don't feel that they want to listen to me, then I hope that they've taken on board Angela's comments, because she really works through the evidence, really got into the detail around where the prioritisation should be, and worked through that. So it was a really pleasure to be part of that reference group with her, and I do thank you, Angela, and it was great to hear that as a result of that process you were even looking at buying a bike, which is great, because it's so important that everybody in Auckland has the option to get on a bike, because it's the so that we can all work towards our shared goals that we all signed off previously. So thank you, Chair. That's why I'm going to be supporting this motion today, and I do thanks for the work that's gone into tweaking the recommendations so that they're really clear about what we're actually trying to achieve today and the benefits of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Next call is with Independent Māori Statutory Board Member Karen Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I don't get a bell dinging me, so I'll keep it short and sharp. In order to support priorities, one must first ensure that you have effective input and participation into this or any other paper. There has been an ongoing absence of effective Māori input and participation in this paper that comes before us. Why is that? It seems to me the greater good of the whole tends to subjugate the views of the minority. 24% of all Māori in the 2013 figures reside in Tāmaki Makaurau. They live, work and play here in Tāmaki Makaurau. I recall previous Mayor Brown referencing Māori as the point of difference in Tāmaki Makaurau. That was the catchphrase. That was media messaging, and subsequent strategy was put around this. We seem to inch towards more the principles for Te Treaty and the obligations, but it's not being currently reflected in this paper or many of the other papers that come before us. Moreover, commentary around whether or not this may be operational kōrero or we don't really need to in terms of the business case is also very unhelpful, we believe. Let me have a different script. If I was to ask for something, let me have a different script as a member of the IMSB that is not repetitive, which it is mostly in terms of what I talk to, and doesn't require us to even have membership here. I'm here to say, I guess, Mr. Chair, that reflected in here is not the voice of mana whenua or Māori or iwi, and therefore we will be voting accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson. And now Councillor Mulholland.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. I want to firstly acknowledge all of the staff that have done a lot of work on this, and it's very clear that staff have put a lot of effort into this. So that's incredibly important that we acknowledge everyone that has contributed and the elected members that also participated. So I think $306 million, whilst approved in principle, you know, what will it really deliver? And, you know, what will those practical benefits be? And where is the cost for the business as usual maintenance? You know, when I do think we are struggling to pay currently and will struggle as we move forward to pay for some maintenance on projects. So that's a little concerning for me, and I think concerning for the public from what I've been reading. I have been reading a lot online, and I do believe that, yes, the teachers comment, and if I have a little bit of a
concern to add. It's why was it even raised? But anyway, it has been, and that's the point, it's being dealt with. But I am concerned about budgets, and that has been raised by Councillor Simpson, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Simpson for sharing her concerns around the financial implications. And I say long term, the Mayor also raised the fact that $1.7 billion hadn't been approved, but he was hopeful, and I think everyone's hopeful, that we would get substantial funding from government in the future. But I can't really see that, given, you know, the types of projects and things that we do need to achieve, when I can't even get money for a pool for my community. But anyway, that aside, I do support cycling, and I do support, and in fact, I support people using scooters. I bought one myself, but I got rid of it because I tell you, it was so dangerous. There's no way on earth I was going to continue on with that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in these fabulous meetings sharing my views on behalf of constituents, and I know they need me to be here. You know, we talk about the whole of Tamaki, and I just want to raise some things that have been brought to mind lately, and I think, Chair, you'll be familiar with these when I say them. So we talk about Tamaki Makaurau and this amazing city, but it is a huge and diverse city. It is significantly huge in terms of geography. So I just want to raise my concerns around where funding goes and how we say we're going to allocate and support all of our community when we're not even sealing some roads, and there's not even pathways for children. It doesn't actually have to even be children, it can be our elderly, and I think of the people in the Faux area. They don't have those services, so you know, I sort of think we've got to also be mindful of where is the money going that we desperately need, so that people can be safer. So I just raised that too, and I don't believe that had been raised before. One of the things I've had to deal with in my time as an elected member, and as we all know, it hasn't been as long as everyone else that is sitting around the table or online, and thank you for all staying with it. I've had to talk with parents who fight just locally and have fought with their words and hands, as in not hitting, but making little signs with their fingers maybe to each other up at one of my local schools, because they're all arguing over trying to drop children off. And so, yes, I acknowledge absolutely that we have an issue and we have to fix that, but I think other things could be done by the skilled staff to come up with ideas to fix those types of problems. And the walking bus, someone raised it, I'm not sure who that was, sorry. But anyway, I just want to end, Chair, and I do want to say that I'm grateful, Councillor Darby, that, and as Chair, you have an open mind in listening to us as councillors, because the comment has already been raised that sometimes I feel a little bit lectured to by councillors, and that's just a view. But I appreciate that you are listening to different views, and mine is that I just question the lateness of information coming to us. We all are very busy, and I know people work very, very hard, so I just question the logic of that. And there's been a little bit of controversy around that and differing views back and forth, and I've heard both of those as well, and I've listened right through. So just that does concern me a little bit. How can we be the best we can if all the information that councillors require isn't with them within sufficient time? And so that's just a comment. It's not a criticism, but it's just a comment and an observation that I see, because I haven't read it all. I have a lot of work on, a lot of things to do. So, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Mulholland. We'll now take the speaking turn of Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. I have to agree with a number of the councillors, especially Councillor Greg Sayers, Desiree Simpson, Daniel Newman, Christine Fletcher, and just after listening to Councillor Mulholland, I have to agree with some of the points that Councillor Mulholland came up with, especially she was talking about how she had a scooter and she's not going to use the scooter anymore because She found it too dangerous. Our footpaths are really dangerous, so that's where some of the money could be spent. During the winter months, we have a lot of cyclists that don't cycle. You see, I see a lot of cycleways, especially out Pepatoi, Mangere, different places like that, where you never see, or very rarely ever see, a cyclist cycling, and they've actually taken away valuable lanes, you know, for people that need to use cars to get to work. As far as parents dropping off their children, and some of them have to drop off preschool, and then they drop off primary, and then they go off to work. So sometimes people do need to use cars. We do have some extreme weather in Auckland. We have a lot of wind, we have a lot of rain, and the geography is not the same as in the Netherlands and some of the places that you've been talking about, and even Christchurch. So I think the money could be far better used. We're talking about climate change, so the regional land transport plan, some of the climate change, it would be far better to be using it for flooding and stormwater and those sort of things. But I think the cycleways, as Councillor Grigg said earlier, people, we've built them, and there's a lot of people that aren't using them. There might be some areas that they use them, and I think over the shore, yes, I hear that people use them over the shore. Te Atatu into the city, yes, they use them. But for most people, and you know, and I'm not against cyclists or anything like that, but a lot of cyclists, they only really use them for recreational. They don't actually use them to go to work. So anyway, I've had my say, but I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just, yeah, on a few points at the beginning, I did call you a couple of days ago about that secretarial note about the teacher parking or the staff parking at schools, and thank you for agreeing, and Councillor Dalton for agreeing to be clear that that is nothing to do with us and to take that out, and it wasn't part of our overall strategy, because that has distracted from the overall. The other thing, I think probably the sad thing is that we've missed is that we've consulted on the RLTP, and there was strong support for far more cycling and far more climate action and far more travel choices and safety. AT didn't need to come back to us on this business case, and that was clear at the workshop a couple of weeks ago, where we went through the business case with Auckland Transport. They came to this because they wanted our further direction, and due to the CCO review, to get more input from our committee. They actually didn't need to come back to us on this at all, and they don't normally bring business cases on any project to the detail, unless, you know, I know you and I have asked for Lake Road business case and things like that, but largely this was AT trying to give us more information because the budgets are already approved, and they were approved by all of us, and what we're approving today is direction on the funding of cycling, essentially, and that, as Jenny Checkman said, is less than 1% of the overall budget. So we are spending less than every major city in New Zealand still on cycling per capita, and we are spending far less than most of the major cities that we're comparable to around the world. So I guess it's disappointing that the kind of shock and horror makes it sound like we're doing something sort of overwhelming in the space, where actually we're still spending less than every other city in the country and most of the world. And on Tokyo, yeah, those comments, they banned all on-street car parking in the 60s, and you have to pay significant funds to own a vehicle, and you have to prove that you can. So we're not doing anything like that in Auckland, and that's, you know, so it's hard. You can't compare apples to apples on that. The other thing, this you know, is huge for climate change. I think of this week. What have we had? We've had the report on sea level rise, pretty depressing, says that we're going to be significantly underwater in 10 to 15 years, as opposed to 50 to 60 years, which we thought we were going to be. And we also had, as many others have said, 68% support for our climate action targeted rate. We thought the low 60s was pretty exciting to see support for the water quality and natural environment targeted rate. I don't think we ever expected 68% for the climate action target rate, which is phenomenal. The comments here around the cycling mode, the 7%, we all unanimously voted and told AT that we wanted them, and it was clear it was one of the resolutions in Te Tātaki Tāwhiri Auckland's climate plan that we supported. We went through it. I don't know how many workshops we went through that we've all supported on that. We all unanimously supported halving our emissions by 2030 as well. We are making this impossible if we don't support the direction after telling AT we want them to do that. The other thing around safety, it's pretty, I don't know, I'm sure all of us feel that way, but the last few months and, you know, every couple of months, the person that lands on the front page, their image and quotes from their family about them being killed on our roads, on roads that we are responsible for, is pretty jarring. And I don't know how many times I see those images burnt into my mind of what could we have done and what could AT have done to stop or prevent those deaths. One of the top 10 leading causes of serious deaths and injuries in kids under 14 is cycling on our roads. I think it is, I'm pretty embarrassed when kids say to me that our roads are unsafe, what are you doing about it? And most of the time, I can't point to anything that we are doing. When I was a kid, 24% of young people cycled to school and traffic was better. Now, as many have said, it's about 2 to 3%. We could change everything if we make our streets safer for kids. A leading cause of injury and death in people over 65, because cycling is very popular in young people and very popular in old people, is being hit as a pedestrian or a cyclist on our roads, because we are responsible. And, you know, sooner or later, under the Health and Safety Act, I can imagine, as you know, we're already being taken to court on emissions. I can imagine being taken to court on our dereliction of duty to make our streets safe for every user. So I'm pretty worried we make this sound like we're doing something. This is less than 1% of our total transport budget. We're doing a lot in all areas. And this is so important to our climate responsibility that we keep telling people we're doing, and then we turn our backs on it. So this is not controversial. This is just what we've already asked AT to do. And right now, any more funding will come back to us in the next RLTP, come back to the next council, and every project will also be consulted on with the local boards, with the business associations, and with those communities, including schools that are begging us to do this. That is the process. So this is not controversial. Thank you, Chair. Of course, I'll be supporting it because we've all already supported it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. I'll now go to Councillor Young. Councillor Young.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Appreciate all the speaker touching thoughts, and I have the same concern with Councillor Simpson mentioned earlier on our tough financial situation. In addition, I'm not a cyclist, but I still can remember how to ride a bike in my childhood. However, I do serious concern the safety issue, the 40% reduction in the deaths. It's an important numbers in the next 10 years, as well as the responsibility on the climate issues. So I support it. Kia ora, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bartley, your call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the councillors, the local board members on this working party for this. Thank you to the staff for all their work. I wanted to speak in support of this. I don't see this as something specific to cyclists. I see this as something for all Aucklanders. If I can just say, Ellerslie, Royal Oak, Panmure, 3 areas in my ward where we have had people on their bikes killed. And that's on my watch as the councillor for Maungakiki Tamaki. So I feel some responsibility, and I know when councillors hear of a death in their community, of someone who rode their bike to work or to school. You know, they feel it as well. We all feel it. And I just think we have a responsibility to do something. People say it's not safe to ride your bike. I did that bike ride in Mangere with the mayor, with Mr. T and his group. We were okay when there was a cycle lane for us to go in, a cycleway for us to go in. But then once we got into Papatoi, Monaco, and there wasn't one, it felt unsafe. So yes, you can say it's not safe, but then it's our responsibility to make it safe. And it's within our power to do so. So yes, this is a start. It is a start, but that doesn't mean that we finish it. We have to do a lot more, because there are areas where we're not even mentioning putting in connections there for these cycle lanes. When I was, because everyone's talking about when they were at school and they were younger and they used to ride a bike to school. When I was younger, we got dropped off every day from Mangere to Otahuhu, where we went to school. My dad dropped us off every day. We did not ride a bike. That, you know, was Auckland back then. That is not the Auckland that we have today with all this congestion, and the Auckland that we're going to have tomorrow. So we do need to put things in place now to cater for the fact that, you know, it's a different Auckland, and it's going to be a different Auckland. And I'm very clear about my role here. It's not about the here and now, it's about the future. I look at my 7-year-old niece who takes her scooter to school in Howick, and my 9-year-old nephew who rides the bike to school in Howick. And, you know, the decisions I make now are for them. And I want them to be safe when they go to school on their micro mobility things that they use. So I'm very clear about where I stand in this, and I hope others do too. I hear what everyone's saying, their concerns about information, not being engaged properly, but I look at the benefits of this and who's going to benefit. So that's where I stand. Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. And now I'll take the call of Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll be short and sweet because it's very simple. We've declared a climate emergency. You know, we actually have a responsibility to future generations for this stuff. You know, some of the debate that I'm hearing today, it's akin to saying, look, I haven't seen anyone swimming over the harbour, so we shouldn't build a harbour bridge. Goodness me. It has been proved build it, they will come, and I'll come and take anyone to show you the proof on Northwestern Pathway that I actually used to commute into the city. There's a problem with congestion on that path. It's just so packed with cyclists, with e-scooters, children, young and old. It's absolutely fantastic. That's the kind of thing that we should be doing when we're looking at vision for an Auckland, that we can all sort of grow our kids in and really enjoy. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. And now Councillor Cooper.
Really sorry, I just had to provide another balanced view, Mr. Chair. You know, listening to this, we have already approved this. It has been consulted with everybody, and Māori as well, very clearly, with LGP, the RLTP. That's been done. And the notion that we haven't done that is just absurd. It's evidence-based, it's actually been done. We've got all the documents to show it. I'm hearing councillors saying, oh, I'm worried about the money, when only 4 hours ago they post on Facebook how excited they are about their shared pathway. And all the constituents that have commented have gone, yay, that's so fantastic. But they're now not worried about the money. Well, there's this whole, you know, clickbait stuff by some elected members, local board members and councillors that I've just seen, and calling us all dinosaurs. I'm sorry, the dinosaurs are the ones that don't see a way forward. And even our older Aucklanders in the LTP were the ones that most fed back about wanting to, you know, look at climate change and lower emissions for their children in the future. And no, I didn't call you dinosaurs. I'm saying on Facebook, we are being called dinosaurs for wanting to pass this. It wasn't, that's what I read that on Facebook on a post. And I'm saying dinosaurs would be people who don't look to the future. You know, we're not dinosaurs by voting for this. And so my concern is that, you know, people are saying things like, no one uses the cycleways. Well, I've literally counted on purpose, going along the Northwestern Motorway, the hour it takes me to get to town, more than 100 people just one way, 100 users. And that was a Sunday morning. And also, what's wrong with using these things for recreational things? Hey, we used to go for Sunday drives in our car. It used to be a recreation, and it even is now. Let's take a little recreational go up to Matakana. We use our cars for recreation. Why can't we use our cycles? It's just about sharing the space. And people talk about it's too unsafe to use a scooter or whatever. Well, that's what we're trying to do here, making it safe. And it is blimmin' unsafe. You know, and I ride a lot around the Hobsonville corridor, down at Hobsonville Point. They're lucky. They had a master planned cycleway. Good on them. But I want some too. I want some in my Waitakere community. I want more. We've been waiting for Lincoln Road forever. And so that's really important because, you know, we've got to make it safer. And we're not voting for any more money here. That's the message out there, is we're voting for billions of dollars. We're not. And we've already, and we're also in some of these posts say, cut your cloth. Well, we have. We've only put that much, this much, 603 million, over 10 years in the long-term plan, because that's all we can afford at the moment. We are cutting our cloth. We'd love to do more. And households do that too. You know, we want this and we want this and this, but we can only do that at the moment. So that's what we do. This is exactly what households do. But we need to do it. And of course, I'm sure we'll be slapped around for it, but I'm not prepared to leave things the way they are and not give the opportunities that we had to cycle to school and walk safely to school to our children and grandchildren. Because we're really, even though we're trying to aim for less car dependency, and we're not all going to get out of our cars, obviously, but we've got to give options for people or they can't. So I'm going to support this. I'm not supporting the $1 billion because I'm supporting the 603 that's in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. And now I will go to Independent Māori Statutory Buma member Tau Henare. Kia ora tau.
Kia ora, Chief. Thank you. Let me make it abundantly clear to all people who are on this call that Māori haven't been consulted fully. Mana whenua and mā tāwaka haven't been consulted, as the previous councillor would suggest. That's why both myself and Member Wilson will be abstaining from the vote. It's not a case of whether we agree or not with the proposal. It's a case of Māori not being taken seriously. And we continue down that track. So I just want to make it clear that we're not opposed to what is in front of us, but we are opposed to not being consulted as a group of people that we should be. And this goes with everything. That's why we are here, both Member Wilson and I. So we, rather than say no or yes, we will take our position and abstain. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora, Member Henare. And that concludes the commentary, but I do offer the right of reply to the mover, which is Councillor Dalton.
Very quickly, Chair, because so much has been said and it's been really good to listen to all of the commentary this afternoon. I wanted to thank the Board of Auckland Transport. They have honoured their commitment to the CCO review outcomes, and that is to create a better governance relationship together And by bringing this paper to us today, which they of course did not have to do, nor need to, they have. And more power to them, and I hope they haven't been put off, that they will continue to do that for us, because if we can get this, there's still, just listening to everyone today, there's still, there's some gaps in what people are voting for at sometimes, and then not when it really comes to get something across the line, for whatever reason that might be. So we've still got some work to do to ensure that we're all on board with the strategies that we're setting, the direction that we're giving to Auckland Transport. So thank you to the board, and in particular to Brian, who's been here today and listening to us. I guess I'll make the comment now. I was going to make it later, but this is the second important strategy that is going to be abstained by the IMSB, and that concerns me. So I would ask Auckland Transport to really look seriously at their engagement with Mana Whenua, Matawaka, and liaise with IMSB about that, because these are important strategies for the future of our city. And we must have input from Māori in that. I guess the thing I've been surprised about maybe the most is the talk around the money. The 306 million is in the Regional Land Transport Plan. We are endorsing the direction and the intent for that money that's already agreed to, already approved, already in the plan. We're getting a signal that to really deliver, to get where we need to go for the 7% is 2 billion. We have many strategies that are not funded. When we agree to them, we have to have a strategy, or else we're rudderless in what we do. So I'm not quite sure about why the 2 billion at this point in time is a concern. I'm very clear on the finances of this council at the moment, and there is not $1.7 million to pull out of thin air. But at least we've got a signal of what's required. And the other thing to that, it means that Auckland Transport can go to Waka Kotahi and any other partners they need to go to with a figure that might be required to deliver on the ambitions of this document. Finally, if you build it, they will come. I have an example too, and that is the Southern Pathway. And it is funded by Waka Kotahi. But it is so full, and mostly families and children on their scooters and their bikes with their parents on their bikes, or they're walking. It's just good to see, you know, where were they going before? I don't know. And then to be able to hook that up at either end would be the icing on the cake. So there is an element of, if you build it, they will come. I totally support that. So I'll leave it there, because there's been a lot of conversation tonight, but in closing, again, thank you to the Auckland Transport Board.
Kia ora, Councillor. And now we'll go to the vote, and Councillor Walker has called a division on A. So I'll now hand to Kalinda Iswa.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a division on item 9, clause A. Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Bartley.
4.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Aye.
Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
4.
Councillor Dalton.
4.
Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Abstain.
Mayor Phil.
Aye.
Member Henare.
Abstain.
Councillor Henderson.
4.
Councillor Hills.
Yes, thank you. Kia ora.
Councillor Mulholland.
Abstain.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Simpson.
Sorry, abstain.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Abstain.
Councillor Watson. Member Wilson.
Abstain.
Councillor Young.
For.
Okay, that is carried. Let's scroll down, please. By 13 votes to 3 with 7 abstentions.
Thank you, members. That draws us to the conclusion of that part of our agenda. We're in dire need of a break and we'll have that soon, but I need to move an extension of time to the conclusion of our business. I'll move accordingly. Do I have a second, please?
Second, and I have to leave at 4:30.
Councillor Cooper will second. Thank you.
And we need to do the rest of the vote.
Oh, sorry. So we'll just do this. We'll move the extension of time right now. It's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried.
Aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
And now
Aye.
I'll go back, and if I can take the B, C, D, and E all together on the voices. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And to the contrary.
Aye.
And to the contrary, say no.
Abstained.
Okay, thank you. Just before I conclude that vote, Councillor Mulholland, can I just record your abstention?
Recorded, please.
I'll just go to Councillor Mulholland first. Councillor Mulholland, did I hear your abstention on the balance? And you'd like that recorded? Councillor Fletcher,
Yes,
I think
and
the
sorry,
same.
but thanks.
Are there any other abstentions for the balance of the motions that have been voted on?
Sharon.
Yes,
Sorry, we don't know who belongs to the voice. If you could, Member Henare, you're an abstention on the balance as well?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and Member Wilson.
Thank you. Recorded accordingly. Are there any other members of the committee?
Councillor Sayers as well.
Councillor Sayers.
Councillor Sayers.
Recorded. Councillor Sayers. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other?
Yeah, Watson's abstaining, and so is Walker.
Thank you for representing Councillor Watson, Councillor Walker, and we've got those two councillors as well. Okay, we're closing it off there, and we're recording that. Concludes
Chair, I heard Councillor Simpson.
Councillor Simpson, can you tell us whether you wish to record an abstention on the balance of the motions?
Yes, I've got it written down there.
Okay, thank you. It is, it's already there. Okay, we'll record that as conveyed there, and we're going to stand adjourned until 10 past 4. 10 past 4, please. Thank you, members. Let's reconvene and we'll go to item 10. We can take our seats in the room. And I've got it moved and I've got it seconded by Councillor Cooper, but thank you, Councillor Filipaina. So I'll move and Councillor Cooper will second, and this paper is on page 71, and this is a good outcome here, and it's the end of process on a plan change to, in some ways, get council out of the way of people being able to install rainwater tanks. Phil Reid is our Manager Auckland-wide Planning, and I'm going to hand straight to Phil.
Yumare, Chair and committee members. Yes, standing in for Alison Pye today. Alison's away, so Alison was the reporting planner on Plan Change 54 and Plan Modification 13 to the Hauraki Gulf Islands District Plan. So yes, a good news story today. We have reached the point of the 16th of February without any appeals coming in to the decisions received in relation to this plan change, or two plan changes that were Council's plan change. Yes, these plan changes were designed to remove barriers that were still triggering the need for resource consent in relation to people wishing of their own volition to place rainwater tanks on their property. So just to give you a couple of examples of what this has done, it has changed the definition of building within the unitary plan and introduced a new definition of rainwater tank, and we've got associated permitted activity status for rainwater tanks through our residential zones and rural zones. So where there was a situation where, for instance, you would have needed a resource consent because of looking to place a rainwater tank within, say, a side boundary setback area, we're now allowing for that to occur, provided it's less than 3 metres in height. Another example would be if you were within a special character area where we allow a similar outcome in terms of a rainwater tank within the side boundary area, provided that it's of a colour scheme to match the house and isn't covering our windows and is set back from the front facade on that side boundary. So that's a couple of examples there of where we're looking to remove some of the barriers that are in place for people, or have been in place for people, to be able to place rainwater tanks on their properties. So today we're simply seeking the final stage approval to be able to update our unitary plan and make these provisions operative.
Thank you, Phil. Any questions on this end of process decision before us, members? There being none, I think I will go, thank you, Phil. I'll go straight to the vote on this then. The motion is before us to approve the plan change. That's 54 and the modification 13. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. To the contrary, no, and declare and declare that carried. Thank you. Item 11 is at page 107, and that's a summary. Deputy Chair, Councillor Bartley, would you like to move that, please? Okay. Do I have a move in the second, please, Mayor? And
Yes, sir.
And Councillor Bartley, was that you? Or Councillor Mulholland, I think that voice was. Councillor Mulholland, you're seconding? Thank you. And that is for the summary there. I will...
Sorry, that actually wasn't me.
Okay, I will...
It was me, Josephine.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Councillor Bartley has moved and the Mayor has seconded. Thank you, Councillor Bartley. All those in favour to the motion say aye.
Aye.
And to the contrary say no.
Aye.
Declare that carried. Thank
Aye.
you. Okay. Aye. I think a lot more coffee is required in the breaks. Let's go to 12 now, and that's the summary of the confidential decisions, and these relate to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. Councillor Bartley, would you so move? I'll move then.
Yes, happy to move.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley, I will second. And all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. To the contrary.
Aye.
To the contrary say no. And declare that motion carried. Takes us to 13, and that's a further summary. And that's on page 111. And the motion is on the screen. I'll move. Councillor Bartley will second. And all those in favour say aye.
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 And to the contrary, no. Thank you. That is carried. 14 is extraordinary business. None has been notified. And that brings us to a motion to exclude the public to allow us to go into confidential to discuss two confidential matters, transit-oriented development in the Eastern Busway Corridor and an appeal on plan change 61. That's a private plan change in the location of Waipupuki. I should have got that a lot better. And the reasons are outlined here. So before you, I won't go through those in the interest of time. So I'll put that motion for 13. I will move the motion for 13 and I will take the second, please. Councillor Dalton will second. So voting on 13 now to move into public excluded. All those in favour say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, no. And declare that motion carried. Thank you, members. We'll just take a 1 minute break and I'll just check before you have to change the... Now, if you could come off, if you're accessing the meeting virtually, members, if you could come off the invitation that you're currently on and go to your